Ayun si PR.
Man, what a series for these two teams. It's one of the
Falcons
most memorable
pari, no?
victories I think we have seen in TI in a long time. So much
Okay,
on the
tama
line,
prediction ko.
So many clutch plays, so many insane team fight victories off the spellcasting alone. In that last fight, that base defense, you land the black hole of your dreams.
Pari yung nakalagay sa akin panalo dun eh.
Let's talk to the man of the hour. He did it. He did it for BB Team. Let's talk to Pure.
Ayan.
I mean, what on earth was going through your head at the end of
Di ako
that game?
nakapredict.
You were locked in, making no
Napredict ko yung
mistakes.
mismong
How do
TI.
you stay focused in a moment like that?
I mean, I think I made quite a lot of mistakes, but we won in the end, guys. So happy about that.
You mentioned before in an interview for a different language yesterday that you feel like you haven't been playing your best this TI, but I think that game earned you a lot of redemption. That was some incredible moments. Do you feel like you've redeemed yourself?
Of course, guys, I think we disappoint you a lot, guys, with games against Falcons in the upper bracket, guys. But we gonna came back stronger, and we already show you, we have already shown you that we can win, and we're gonna try our best, and we're gonna be even stronger in the finals days and in the finals, guys.
All the way to the finals. That is a promise right there. I also want to ask you about your teammates as well, of course, because GPK, he has been pulling in some incredible moments. What's it been like playing with him as a teammate throughout this tournament?
I mean, he's crazy good. He's always been like that, like this last year.
Putang ina, Vladimir.
I think
Tap
he's
ka na lang, G.
performing
Ay.
as his best as always. So
Ay, hindi pala sa atin. Okay,
just
never mind.
pleased to-
Kala ko si G yung
pleased to play
bench.
with him, you know, like it's good to have him in my team.
He has been fantastic. Last question from
Vladimir.
me then. Of course,
Oops,
we do
nandito
say
si Reggie.
goodbye to the South Americans
Nag-crash PC nito, hindi siya nagkasalita din.
here, but as an incredible carry player yourself, how do you feel about how you
Walang
and the
posto eh
rest
sa
of,
first 3 minutes.
Heroic
nga eh.
played in that series?
He played good. I think he made a lot of progress like, since last year, and he's playing really nice.
Ay, hindi.
I think he's a
Yun lang.
proper carry. He can win some tournaments maybe someday.
Maybe, but not today. Today is your day as you go through two top four. Guys, give it up for Pure and BBT!
What a series that we have been treated to here. It was elimination.
With bones and
all
spells I
heroic,
come.
and the way that these
By
teams
my
played,
bones.
there was desperation from both sides. Everyone trying to do what they possibly can.
Prepare for very fine.
Yeah.
Ay, G. Yan, nakabalik na.
Of a South American team, they will definitely go down.
Ongoing na, hindi namin mapuposto eh.
Forward.
Big Mama G. Yeah.
Both of these teams for giving us the best series of the
Mukhang hindi.
tournament so far in a tournament that has already been one of the highest you guys have. This
Hmm,
is
try na lang.
an incredible series. Just thank you. I feel like you can feel the energy here.
Yeah, the person who delivered.
Galawin ko yung Wind Ranger.
Of course, KJ, unfortunately, with that loss, we don't have to say goodbye to him.
Mr. Bob.
Ngayon, walang gang.
Lord, ay, G.
Come on then, off we go. On my round.
In my opinion, and the crowd's opinion, and the panel, the best Dota that we've seen this tournament, the most exciting games. Did you guys have fun while you were here? It looked like you were.
All
Lang,
sweat.
nagkan.
The spell is cast.
Mid ka na daw.
Yes, indeed.
Didn't expect it all, but I was happy to play here.
With vim and vigor. Under attack.
Sige. Nice. Wala akong ano.
With
would be very boring. It's just a game. But with you, it's a dream. It's everything.
Very fine.
Parang na-outrange ako eh.
Next year, you're gonna see me here. And I'm gonna win. You're gonna see me here. Holy shit. Thank you, KJ. That was perfect.
Sige, Sen.
My round.
Oh my goodness, I tell you, no one doesn't like Heroic. No one
Oh,
doesn't
what?
like KJ. While this man has been eliminated from TI, his dreams, they're still there.
What?
He's
Yeah.
next year, but it's his year.
I mean, this has to be the most positive experience that I've seen. You know, him
With
being hyped up
vim and
for
vigor.
being good, excited to be in the crowd, and also a big promise that he needs to get killed. And I believe
Very
that
fine.
this team showed some
Wala ka.
extremely good performances. The crowd is definitely cheering for them.
What?
But,
Yeah.
also the way that they've been playing, it's just a chef's kiss. And this is the time
At
to say goodbye, but I think they won a lot of hearts in the arena.
I'll take that.
Whoever is watching.
Here I go.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe they didn't win this championship, but in every future tournament, this is gonna be a fan favorite team now. Like these guys, they
Buy my balls.
so fun to watch.
Oh, what?
Still cheering for them.
Look at me go.
Sige. Tayo na yan. Boom.
You're done.
Wala pa akong ano. Maledict. Patay pa ata to. Nice one, wait. Good shit.
A single creep and then using the resources to get that.
Yes.
This was a little lost though.
Yeah, I mean, this
Thank
is
you.
why like you always hear like take the range creep, take the range creep. You are
Yes,
listening to the comms
indeed.
like in the lanes. The range creep matters a lot
Patay to.
because of situations like this.
Right on fast.
Nice one. Pupul ako.
Oh yeah, he has got a lot of tricks up.
What? Yeah.
Position 5 Enigma, 5 minutes in, 6 about to spawn, so he's stacking 3 camps at the
A
same
twisted
time. That is so
snap.
hard. Anymore. And look at the
Very fine.
On the way, on the way.
With vim and vigor.
Okay. Tayo na yan. Oh yeah.
Very fine.
don't have any plan.
Mandita.
Position 5, the amount of stuff
Weaver, Weaver. May Weaver pala.
Why the coach was so confident and he said King Jungle is really, really
Buy my
very,
balls.
very inch like this. Like, this feel it's just have space.
6 seconds.
Early on, significantly earlier than what we've seen other teams start to do. Everyone
Tayo na yan. Ay shit. Nag 6 na. Ayan, dami yung kills ah.
higher skill teams are good at like baiting out the ulti and essentially flying around the hero.
Your top tower is under attack.
Blood right as well as the
With vim and vigor.
very much
Oops. 6 seconds. Atake. Thank you. Ay na ako dito. Oh, nice. Nagtas ako nung ano. Ah, nevermind. Umatake yung ano niya. Okay. Putay na, naharang ako ng kalansay.
Yun lang.
Okay, may swap to.
Yeah, we're
Eh, wag
gonna see
na.
the rest of what happens here, though, because
Hindi na
while
maganda yun.
on the high ground, they
Nahabol pa siya.
and you're able to get better
Yeah.
yeah,
This is something that
Yun lang. Hindi pa na. Stop.
Huwag na. Hindi na maganda yun.
Okay na ako.
Sa akin, Lion. Dito. Ayan.
Sakto break yun ako.
Nice. Swerte kung swerte. Cancel. TP out top.
That one goes for the Slayer fight, which I think is really interesting.
And this is the game time, right? Didn't die and it was really bad because it was a 4v5 fight. I don't think they expected BB team to actually take the fight. Here I go! Doesn't die and he survives and he
On the way kami mid.
totally turns the game around.
able to get it off, even unfortunately not
Ay, sayang.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
exactly what
I'm sure you feel just
was not a
terrible.
Sorry, wait. Wala akong TP.
okay if the
Golin sa'yo.
how much here I come. How
Dire structures are fortified.
Swap mo yun.
Also lifestealing with that satanic still.
Nice one.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
it wasn't just like game, it was the whole series.
Very fine.
Yeah, push lang. Ayan.
Na-diffuse yun.
Takay mo yan, G. Takay mo yan, takay mo yan. Sabi siya, takayin mo eh. Oh shit.
Paano? Hindi na.
BKB. Wala ako dyan. Alis na ako. Fuck you. Not today. Kaya mo ba yan?
Yung kaya niya.
Nice one. Kunin mo haste. Ah, wag na.
Hindi mo lang.
With vim and vigor. Very fine.
Kontin lang ags na ako. Tira na araw nila. Ay, sa baba. Sa baba, sa baba. Tipi-tipi.
Tipi ako sa ano. Jungle.
Nice one. Ags na ako.
This won't hurt a bit. On my round.
I'm sorry, my friend. It's a brutal series. What can you do? All right, here are you starting.
Yes, indeed. Look at it go. By my bones.
Portal ako top.
The spell is cast. With vim and vigor. Right, yeah. All's well.
Profit.
Ay. Wala kayo. Bye. Thank you. Ba't nagposta? Ka-team niya yung namatay ah. Dinrastock ba niya ka-team niya? Okay, let's go. Cut natin dito. Dito. Ano, wala. Nakablink, nakablink.
This won't hurt a bit. Forward.
Here we go.
With vim and vigor.
Nice.
Fine. Ready for your dose?
Sa mid ay ingat. Oh, nice. Salubong.
Vigor. This won't hurt a bit.
Rush. Go.
By my bones.
Ayun, nagka-push. Shit. Yeah, tulungan natin, tulungan natin. Okay, ganda na yan. Mabala sa inyo. Oh yeah. Oops. Wow. Nice try. Yeah, high ground. Problem.
Ano rin yun?
Okay, rush. Rush, rush. Let's go, let's go.
Ready for your dose?
Nice tali. Take mo. Mid. That's tier 2. Or sige, pwede niya high ground.
Layo creeps natin.
Sige. Oh, nice. Full channel. Hindi ko kaya, mga kaibigan. Top.
With He-Man figure.
Okay. Take mo natin tong mga outpost tsaka tier 2. Tier 2. Megas na natin. Damn, nagsilayas.
Very fine.
Dapat kinat nyo na.
On my
Okay. Sige, sige. Set up na ako.
This won't hurt a bit. Yes.
For our upcoming series as well, and of course with that, expecting the world for our team. So let's welcome them in.
Dire structures are fortified. A twisted path.
Nice.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen. On my round.
Okay. So guys, ganyan.
This team levels up in front of a crowd. That goes for every
The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen, as have mega creeps.
Huwag mo na. Live tayo. Okay, ay GG. Easy.
Ayusin lang nata ni Jigs yung... Ay, ni Reggie yung Discord.
Sorry, ano yan?
Ayusin na ni Reggie Discord niya.
Hindi ba niya dinig?
Hindi niya tayo dinig.
Okay. Tala. Me. Papasok na sila. Pero may draft pa naman to. Hila ka.
You have a player who, so we see here, 2015 career start in Vegas Squadron. He does win a land event, but then look at Virtus Pro. This is where this guy had so many amazing placements and finishes. He peaked like at this time in his career. Then you move forward, it dropped down a little bit, but then kind of, you know, this middle ground. He's in Virtus Pro, Gambit, not really there.
Yeah.
TI 10, TI 11, he doesn't go.
Ay, binig mo ako.
He plays this like
Hindi ko na kaya. Kanina hindi.
Not
May uminam lang si James. Invite ka ba? Makalimutan.
Disoriented din ako kanina.
Ano?
Disoriented din ako kanina, di ko kayo marinig.
Especially doing it on the mid lane, because normally you start out on the mid lane and then maybe when you're older you get relegated to one of the side lanes. That is the normal trajectory. Speaking of being young and being on the mid lane, I feel like we got a good dynamic going on in this mid lane with no one on one side and Malrine at the start of his career on the other.
Yeah, Malrine filled with youth. You know, he's starting his career with Freakwave. He actually was a stand-in, kind of like on and off the roster for 3 tournaments. And that's where he was playing with ATF, right? And when he moved to 2022, 2023, he was playing with Liga in both the Pinnacle Cups. They actually beat BB roster. That was when GPK Toronto Tokyo, they formed that new roster. So on a random kind of tier 2, tier 3 Eastern European team, he was able to dominate and break the likes of, you know, big household names in the region. He stood in for it didn't go so well, but then 2023, Falcons pick him up. He's won pretty much every tier 1 tournament you can ask for, both online and at LANs. Yet to get the Aegis though.
Yeah, his stand-in stint at those Dream Leagues with Tundra and Entity is what really put him on the map as a player, because in the pubs he was known as one of the scary mids to go against, but a lot of people perceive him as Popstar, maybe one of the Creepwave members who didn't shine as much. After his
Nag-all chat ba yung Weaver kanina?
he's way better than a lot of the potential mids, and they took a shot on the best possible.
Ako, ba't niya pinapos yung pag namatay ka team niya?
They have like this really nice community that we talk about it a lot. The veterans with the young guys, you have the experienced coaches. Because to me, I didn't really have Marino on my map maybe like 2-3 years ago. To me, he was like one of the annoying guys. You know, the all chat, the clipping guy. You know, yeah, exactly. Like he hasn't changed. He's like the Amar 2.0, but he didn't have like, you know, the, I would say, the experience and like the placements to back it up.
Hindi din nila ako tina-target eh, tangina eh.
Oo, kanina ka pa nga ng
One time lang ako namatay eh.
Yeah, it supports. These are the heart and soul of teams, especially.
Kawawa pa yung Abalayon sa lane namin. Inuyog namin. Kinailangan nilang tulungan.
duo, but with a different style. For
Ay, nasa
Falcons,
top
take a
ba
look
kayo?
at the average GPM.
Bot.
It's going to be a lot higher than both on the side of Q-Vision. The supports on Falcons prioritize their
Yan,
network. They prioritize their items.
May draft
especially
pa naman to.
443 average
1 game, tas
GPM on a
nod tayo.
fly compared to the 343 of Ducalis. He is a greedy player.
Ducalis.
Play for the late game.
Kaya palagay niya panalo dito.
Porto's incredible, very different though.
Falcons
Q-Vision
ako.
on the other
Falcons
side,
ako.
they're going to be playing for the map.
Oh, pari.
Keywords, the vision, and you do have 9 class who
Yan
does
natin.
tend to skill as the games get longer, but that's not his primary style of play.
I do really like that you could see right with like the GPM that we saw just now, like snaking. He's really high up there. It's more about like the map, putting the map in the right state, pushing out the dead lane. Whereas you have Crit who's lower on the GPM because his spot, like T also talked about a lot of other games, they're about this 1+1 kill duo on the map. So he's more about the cores going with it, making sure you've got the damage.
And it's scary that Snaking's doing it on heroes that
Crystal Maiden.
right? Like Chens and Pugnas and Chantresses. If you give these heroes autonomy, they are going to break the game. So it is very scary. I think Snaking from that graphic is the player to look out for if he can get the scaling in this one.
Yeah, and speaking of heroes, there are a couple of heroes, Kezu, that we should be keeping an eye out for in this upcoming upper bracket finals.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm just going to mention the ones that I know of, because when you get to this stage,
Ooh.
they're going to be cooking up stuff. But from the ones we've
Parang
seen,
yellow.
we've got the Sand King, the Beastmaster,
shit.
Fall Marine,
One
can
game.
flex to Amar as well, and the Amar
Medyo makunat, G.
absolutely like hero of
DK pwede.
And then P-Vision. A lot about this map, like being annoying, being toxic on the map. You've got the
Yun,
Carry
sakto.
King, you've got the No One
Okay,
who
PL.
absolutely stomped in some of his other games, and then the Slark, the Monkey King from 9 class is just the absolute bread
Kailangan
and
ko
butter from
mag-ano,
these two teams.
Yelnir.
It is the bread
Ay,
and
hindi,
butter,
extra lang
and
pala.
there is a lot of pressure, and I'm sure that both teams have done their prep to, you know,
Early
maybe
ads.
alleviate
Ay, nang tangkad ni si Em, ah.
pressure a little bit as we see Skeeter getting
Tabi
into
si
Iba-iba yung
Zeus.
mga,
the zone.
iba-iba yung mga modelites. Si Marcian laki.
Oo nga eh.
We'll see if that proves to be correct on the right track. That
Baka
is
mag-ano ako. BKB build.
Oo, kailangan natin ng AOE skin.
BKB Blink. After ko mag-ano. After nung... After ko pa mag-Aeon Disc... Aeon Disc... Aether Lens, ano, Glimmer. Mag-ano ako. Blink BKB.
Oh, offense ko na itong mga tol ah. Si TL eh. Oh, Milestorm ang maganda dito.
Sige lang.
Problema lang natin yan. Si ano.
Milestorm, kahit mga
Si Doctor. Makatay ang ano niya.
Oo, yung ult niya. Wala tayong silence. Sana yung Zeus, sanay siyang mag-nimbus ng ano, Witch Doctor mamaya.
Oo, may minis ka niya.
O kaya yung Wyvern, yung first niya.
Yeah, pwede. Well, patay na siya. Inainabol. Ayan lang. Isa lang nakuha natin. Alright.
If the right game calls for it, I mean, yesterday he busted out a 24 Huskar. You cannot say he's not gonna pick something else.
Exactly. He's done it in the past, but of course, Crit.
Yung Frostbite ko, hindi nakaka-cancel ng channeling to. So, di ako pwede mag...
So nothing but victories. That's good. Vision has two of both their opponents where Falcons besides
I am slowed. Okay, siya nag-follow up. Nice.
Maybe something about the mid game.
Mga 20 seconds, wala tong slow. Aces ba? Wag na. Ulitin na lang natin.
Like we've talked about, and also the coaches are so experienced, you don't have to put this new AI and speaking popular words. Guys, remember this, they're gonna be ready.
It is kind of fun. Only one hero that both of these two teams have in coming. That's kind of unusual, isn't it?
Pupula ko,
It is
ingat lang.
unusual, but like I said, these are very stylistic teams. They have their own way of playing, and ATF in particular, like he was the hero.
Puling.
His hero pool has extended quite a bit, but every few patches will fixate on a handful of them. And for this patch, it just seems to be the Mars and the Versalak. Those will be the most contested. I think we still may have potential for the Timbersaw to come out, something like the Huskar.
Nice.
That Mars
Libog.
That will be contested in the upcoming game. And speaking of that game, guys, upper bracket finals, one of these two
Hindi na
teams
nakuha yung healing lotus. Kunin ko lang.
a TI finalist. of this year's international. A lot of pressure. Let's see how the team
Wala ba,
deal
no?
with that in the draft.
E-Vision. Ulit ko lang to. Nice.
Falcons on the radiant side for this opponent picking.
Habit sa Anwi.
Also going the way of Division and then the Falcons that Falcons has overall last pick in this draft. Definitely want to look out for.
Nag-D-word sila.
We already touched upon a couple times. Out of the picture, we're gonna see a couple of
D-word ko lang yung ano natin. Jungle natin. Ingat lang. Nice, nag-whiff.
Questions for me.
Safe ka, safe ka.
One, are you letting through the Sand King? Agreed.
D-word ko lang to, teka.
Are you letting through the Chen? And do you have a plan for that? That's what let's go. Yesterday, we did see the Sand King be let through by BB Team. They did end up beating it.
Ano
and
nalagay?
going plus
I
DK
thought as
combo.
much.
Maybe that's something that PV looked at today and thought that they could recreate.
That's also something interesting because a few of the heroes like that we didn't see on the graphics. So Chen is very important for Falcons. Vision, I believe they haven't touched this hero too much, but this is a hero that is on their radar. Ducalis has played it a lot, so if you don't want to ban it, you could go
Okay.
first with yourself.
Nice silent.
Then because like you know, get to this big of the eye, you're gonna be cooking up something. You know what your enemies want to do. Falcons as well. Do they want to do like more the snaking plays?
Yan, nakaslow ako.
You go for more Titan, you play more of the map hero to kind of like that's what Division want to do. You're just gonna have to wait.
Going back to the demand match,
Hassle.
Agreed.
Your middle tower is under
but with the way
attack.
that Amar's playing it, in some games,
Ay, gago
it's
ka.
Odus Lincolns, in others, it's the Blink, the VP, the Refresher.
Yari sa'yo.
Sinangan mo pa ako. Nagtipi na ako eh.
Trying to read the game.
Nila ko.
Gago.
Aspect of
Tara, tara. Free na to.
go down the arena, happy day.
Ah, hindi abot. Eto to. May ano to. Tanggal yung ano mo dyan.
I thought as much.
Usually when Falcons
Sakit no.
or maybe even the Beast Master was also left in the pool.
And there's also a Nature's Prophet left in the field.
I'll not
Kind
argue.
of hasn't been that successful on the main stage, but still a very popular hero for these teams.
Into the breach.
Oh, here it is, the 9-class starter to the draft. You already know that unless you put something, you know,
I
mid guy
move.
mid, and then no one is like, okay, I'll snag it. This is your 9-class Monkey King plus 4. You're gonna combo it out with Jin in the offlane like you saw. Working so well. Oh, good start. That's what they want.
Swiftly.
Nice one. Yeah, turbo slow ako.
We get the Shaker making it through, getting picked up. Malrine does play that in a similar fashion, I want to say, compared to the
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's been one of his most popular picks. It just follows the archetype of just going into that triangle, like using an echo.
Wala
archetype,
axe, wala axe. Ingat kayo.
Getting that blink dagger early. With that blink dagger, you go secure a kill on that enemy station, and you play off of that. You need stun heroes on Falcons because that is very valuable for that hero, right? Because Snapfires and his hitters, you need a hero that can start the fight and get the follow-up.
If Hero Helper Dominator is coming out from P-Vision, then Shaker's already a correct
Here I come.
with the Kaya.
No mana.
Wala akong mana, sorry.
It doesn't matter if there's
Oh!
Into the breach.
Witch Doctor dito.
Big Shaker now has
Nice silence.
one of the three
Takbo lang, takbo lang.
already picked against P-Vision, a team that has more Helper Dominator. I believe
Nice.
every game they've played so far.
The only thing I'm wondering like a little bit, most likely this 9-class should be on Monkey King, but I will say
Tatlo dito.
when it comes to the laning stage, Monkey is one of the
I
strongest
thought as
heroes
much.
against Shaker to like shut him down. But maybe they're gonna be like, okay, even if that does happen, we have to Shaker with the mood ring, with the snap. Sure, you owe me like the first 5-6.
Channel mo to.
Then what? I have a once you're gonna walk over.
Nice.
You're gonna act you, see you later, and then later the game is hard. So maybe they just don't care.
I move.
You have to respect the flex for sure, but if there is a player in this tournament that does not mind
No, but-
bad matchups, it's Malrine. He's perfected the art of not laning.
Yeah, he's like the king of
Into the
whatever.
breach.
He reminds me of like the offlane Zai of like years ago. It doesn't matter when you pick his hero, what you put him up
Here I
against.
come.
Bro is somehow gonna find whatever he wants as a S-tier performance.
I'll freeze you fast.
This rate though, I feel like Division is taking a very different route
Same with
from what we have seen Team
Agreed.
against Team Falcons. Mainly that every single support
Dito pa rin yung
that
witch dog.
Falcons might have wanted is still
Wala na
in,
yung
so
witch
they
dog,
get the
wala.
freedom
Dito
to
na.
ban out the Pugna themselves and pick up the Snapfire.
Forward.
Yan, dito pa rin witch.
Yan, saan?
Ang sa inyo na.
Pwede, hindi. Wala ako.
Nice winter skirt, para hindi siya makapagod.
Go with the south, doesn't work, going into the next game, then you start respecting
Dito ah.
Okay.
Falcons continue down
Ano yun? Venom.
Dalawa. Oh, nice heal, nice heal. Patay ako.
Ah, dito siya. Si
Okay lang.
Axtas.
Something to
Apat
note
sila
is that
dito.
T-Vision
Alright,
DM
dapat
has
yung
not
leader.
playing his sacrificial style of
Tara, push na natin.
play his buffs or utility offlane.
TPM siya.
If you have the Snapfire, you could just roll it back, have TM play a hero that builds the auras, buffs his team, let Minecraft roam, and play off of the mid-game timing.
Push na pala top eh.
Yeah, well,
I
definitely
got
range is
it.
quite good, right? You see the shaker, you see the snap, you know it's overwhelming magic damage is coming out later. I will say I love this pick from T-Vision. First, not only does Monkey play well with Bob, it's a lane that's playing aggressive, you can actually gank it early, you abuse like the map, you both push, you
Ito.
deal with each other, but also it's one of the better heroes alongside Monkey King to pressure Earth Shaker in the lane.
I'll not argue.
Nice one.
The ice will spike. Let's go. T-Vision would assemble a very strong middle lane here. You're gonna get the rune prediction from the Oracle, the roaming Monkey King to play with this kind of lane.
Hop.
They should have these runes on lock.
Patulungan to.
Taking away the power runes from this early here, you're kind of relegating me to just farm for a while. It's not the frozen waste. That is something I always know when
Bakit mo winators first ang inaka?
Ah, wala akong TP, wala akong TP.
Put a
Sorry.
Monkey King first pick and be like, okay, see you later, bro. You do your vision thing. Like, you have to
Here
still
I come.
play and pick forward, so with the swap, with the Oracle, they're absolutely doing that. So I want to see Falcons.
Sino kinurse niya?
Secondary stun,
Which
like
dog to? Nag-cancel ko ni.
kind of scary for you. You have a lot of
Patay na
lang.
yourself with the snap and Shen, but what are you gonna do against T-Vision?
Dalawang kills dapat ata yan.
sustain, right?
Agreed.
Oracle, of course, as well. Now Falcons go, you know what, you've got all of them. We now have our Chen. Whoever you go on,
Into the breach.
and I think
Upstas.
pick up another initiator, so it isn't the shaking
Ay, puta na totoo yun? Akala ko ilog ah.
that's when they're drafting.
Bulata dun ah. Okay, freebie, nice.
It also promotes the ability after they've hit a few of their key item timings to just group up. If you look at Monkey King plus Punafane, what they want to do is they want to have Monkey King scouting in the tree line.
Oops, sa mid natin. Napatay siya.
On these side lanes, take advantage of
Gagawa dun.
your tricard and scaling. With the Chen, you just group up early. You're not even worried about this Monkey King Punafane picking you off.
Nandito sila sa jungle ah.
My pick, it is protecting Doom and flexibility.
Let's go.
Monkey goes to carry, you've got Snapfire, the cooking, ways to displace, and
Here's ice in your eye.
a great lane, but I think they respect the Monkey flex, but don't really care. They just want to get their right to get right.
Into the breach.
Play for that mid game.
Yeah, that wasn't a good Doom stack for Falcons, though. I will say 0-2. How does
I
it
thought
fit
as
into
much.
this draft? Is it a good fit? Are we happy with this?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Right, if it's a shaker combination or a cookie, you're not really relying on a central stun for making.
Dalawa bot.
Black hero, black hole hero. That's what I like. This is normally bad
Yeah, this is
because
the hero.
DMs are bots.
They don't really get their hands on this hero and they go to it.
Here I come.
Their script, right? You've got the Monkey King with the enigma, the weaker guy, the stronger guy. I get you out of the lane. You do your thing.
Under
I would say Chen is
Nice curse. Kuha pa yung totoo, nice. Curse yan ah, curse. Ingit kayo, huwag kayo tatabi masyado. Paki-D-word to. Pa-D-word nga to, wait. Eto, nice. Thank you. Nice one, G. Taas.
Ay lang. Dali pa.
Nice. KTP na KTP. PL yan. Ingat ka.
They could just throw this on Skeeter. With the Scorched Earth and the Chen, they could play into this Enigma lane comfortably, and then they could activate their Doom early on by just sending into mid lane. The nice thing about carry Doom is it plays into enemy triangle. It will die
Jason.
the enemy mid tower instead of just sitting in that offlane and trying to open a
Let's
tower.
go.
And that's definitely something very nice about Falcons, and specifically about Skeeter. He doesn't need to be the wing condition. He'll be very open, flexing and doing something else, you know. Let his Zoomer kids, you know, the Marine, the Almar, we have all the skill. Like, let them play the winning game. Doesn't matter. I play for you guys.
Word.
We're gonna make it happen. The one thing
Oh,
I'm
no.
looking for Pilion, there's like two things, right? If they can get a hero that, one, benefits from agents,
Here I
which is
come.
super good. It's one of the biggest counters to do.
Ito. Nice one.
Agreed.
Ako sana itong win.
I kind of feel like I'm being more terrible.
Ng bad decisions.
Nabuhay naman.
Nabuhay naman. Yun yung magandang ginawa niya yung mga pangkalahatan. Pero yung ginawa niya yung mamamatay ni Witch Doctor when Winter's Curse. Patod talaga.
It's definitely one of the
Word.
Let's see, they're gonna go for the Sven then. And I have
Into
something
the
else in
breach.
mind, but I am blanking. I mean, it is a... You have to consider that you're in the lane with Oracle. You will
Daya
see
naman.
up
Hindi ko matama
the
yun.
lane itself.
Sword.
Down you go.
Pangalan.
And a black hole.
Okay.
So,
They had to do this because Medusa looked like
Oh,
such a good pick for Falcons.
On the way, on the way.
With the Doom. They have to play this Anti-Mage in case the Medusa is out. That would be the perfect trade.
Persian ah. Rubik.
Wala pang stun.
Ano yan? Freezing field ah. Nice. Nice one, G. Nice one.
Ano yung aksi nabul ako?
Hinabol ka puta, sabi niya, ayoko dito sa Dogon. Puta, ako nga yung paldada.
Kaya push yan ah. Nice ano. Nice fight.
Doom and Shaker kind of play their lane. They might poke the head for the jungle for the Shaker, but they're not really breaking open to the game.
BKB building na ako.
Running the gambit, like, can we get the Anti-Mage through?
Kaya niya, sige. Problem yan. Push nyo lang sa ano.
Tang ina.
Okay, may fort. TP ako top. Go.
Gago.
Ay! Naka-shard na.
May assured.
Bilis ah.
Okay.
I'll not argue.
Up, up, up. Ready kaya, ready kaya.
On the topic of the troll, it's a very reliable
Here I come.
hero and they have the Skeeter. It's
Ito tayo makapture nito.
It's only 'cause
Ready?
that graph
G.
is a little bit greater. Like if you're Doom farming or slow farming
Break
for a
ako.
while, and then there's Agreed. Run into this mid-game stalemate of slow farming, they're running Anti-Mage and Skeeter's full farming. It's just
I
maybe about
move.
who executes the team fights better later.
May dragon farm ka na ba?
Ayun.
Sige. Ayan, dyan lang.
Into the breach.
Tayo na ako. Freezing field yan ah. Ingat kaya.
Yeah,
Natabihan si Ewe. Uy! Putang ina malas.
Okay yan,
Ayan,
okay. So okay yun actually.
First mo, saan na ba? Abot ata. Yun lang.
Like, yun lang. Okay.
Iping ako.
wala.
On the way ako, G. On the way ako.
Nakadali.
Pero alanganin na. Alanganin na. Uy! Okay. Wala this. Well, at least napatay yung PL. Very nice.
I want to see different molds and see if I get Queens or First Blood. So I run like I know they know what items they need to do, what they need to do.
Yes.
Draft is done, so job is done.
Okay, all right. The boys know, and the man wanted to see if he got a crimson. Good luck to you, my friend. All right, let's talk a little bit about this Monkey King.
Arctic burn.
Unbreakable win rate. Do you feel like Indians let you have this Monkey King? Maybe they just don't understand how good you guys are with it? Are you surprised you keep getting it?
What I say to my team is we're gonna have 5 heroes, they're gonna have 5 heroes. Don't matter, like they're gonna have comfort heroes, we're gonna have comfort heroes. You need to play the game.
Okay, interesting stuff. Anti-Mage last thing, was that an answer for a potential Medusa pick, or did you have something else in mind?
Into the breach.
I wanted to see they play that Clown or Huskar, but they didn't, so kind of unlucky.
Def ba natin tong top?
Do you think Anti-Mage versus the Troll is going to be an okay matchup? I mean, he's got, some nets. He's got
Okay, sila push.
Yeah, we want a lower throw win rate in the tournament. I believe we can do.
All right. And a lot of people want to know here today, my friend.
Dito.
Thank
Ingat
you
ka.
very much. Will you be going to the grand finals?
I hope yes. The work is done.
Let's go.
The work is done. Come on, I hope yes. Give it to it. Are you going to the grand finals, baby?
Let's go.
Si Rubik bumubuo din ng BKB. Hindi, Ags pala to.
Versus the Falcons, quite
Nasasabayan mo ako sa talon, G.
feels like a
Dito. Up. Saba.
and it feels like they're always there. This tournament.
Totoo ba yan? Hindi. Ay, totoo.
Shit. Sige na nga, Wyvern. Died.
Yeah.
Never the target for either of these. These are
Wala masama.
teams through and through. They've had a lot of finals appearances, both of them within the last year. Of course, clinching some of them for themselves. They want to get the upper bracket route and have more time to study the ultimate opponent. Yeah, despite the predictions for everybody this tournament being completely wrong, I think seeing these two teams as top 3 is not surprising, which is funny. It's just the road to this point has been very...
Likod ka na lang siguro, Ay mo pumasok yung Axe.
The bounty rune spawn. Satanic, he will grab the bounty and has to take the blink to get away. A rare sight. 4 bounties for the same team. Vision off to a great start here. This is effectively more or less a 1,000 gold lead. It's very close to. Means you're going to arrive with that lane with a little bit more attributes. You're going to get the earlier tangos potentially, and of course for the mid lane, a faster model would be very welcome for no one who's already playing this match. But here's your best friend. This Seder Mind Stealer is going to make things a little
BKB to.
Well, you say that. It's a 2 versus 1 then. How could he possibly match up against this? But yeah, this will be an interesting one nonetheless. We have seen the Earthshakers, literally yesterday we were talking about this. Earthshakers have gotten off to some rough starts, and it just feels like they never get back into the game, but still a very highly touted hero that we're continuing to see in base.
Ay, ng TP yan. Lakad mo lang sana.
Yeah, we've seen it
Tara.
around a little bit. We saw XXS play an offlane shaker. I
Oh, naka G.
personally want to see some position 4 shaker. I think it is playable this patch, and a lot of the offlaners
Oh, naka na.
work quite well.
Ay na, ikaw pinamakunat mo na ka dapat.
Are able to run Monkey
Yan lang. Sakit na yung Rubik.
No doubt about it. Has the level in Shadow Strike right now. We'll see how many points he can in this matchup. But Mallory, I feel like of all the people that play the Earthshaker, he's been, maybe it's just confirmation bias, but he's been the most consistent.
And it's not only this, I would also say his Sand King. We've seen some, to put it bluntly, some pretty underwhelming Sand King games on the major stage, like a lot of missed spells, perhaps some positioning errors, but Malorine to me has been the gold standard in this tournament with those 2 specific heroes. Therefore, I think it's really valuable for them to give this chance.
Ang BKB to, palagan natin.
He would be losing this lane, you're losing a lot of momentum inside the ranks to the team. Many of the games and the tournaments they've won this year have been off of not being getting tanked early. One of the greedier offlane players in the team are.
Tayo.
One word to describe the offlane.
Ang ina naman. naman.
That gets the most last hits on average, I would think. Just has some ridiculous
And I feel like a person that gets lost in the shuffle is actually Skeeter. He maybe doesn't take the most farm, even though he is position 1. He feels like he is the most consistent because Malrine and Amar, they take up a lot of space. They're very flashy, but the steadiest one on the team, I feel like, is actually Skeeter. So it's not very common for like a position 1.
I think Falcons deserve credit for finding a way to somehow run out of farm on the map so that Skeeter can't get a position 1 farm every game. But that's just how efficient they are.
Hindi pa namatay.
It's always this monkey.
Ay.
I was wondering if they were going to ban both and try to take some different trade, but so far, 9 class on this Monkey King with a ridiculous win rate gets to play it again. And you're seeing why with that first blood mid.
Depending on how that game goes, maybe you'll get your wish in game 2. Obviously very early on, but think of 9 class, you think of easily the most annoying position 4 in Dota today. He just plays weird. I mean, not that Monkey King 4 is that weird, but the Slark he's brought into the fray as a support, much to everybody's chagrin in terms of pubs. It's always terrible, it feels like.
In a way, he actually reminds me, this is a pretty long throwback, but he reminds me of the developed maybe next time. How he was playing like Ricky and Bounty Hunter and just roaming around the map killing just like this. Just all over the place.
Uy, tangina, vision.
To work very well for him right now. And I was wondering, nobody seems to really be blocking either. It seems no teams in this tournament really try to run a force card except in previous tournaments some teams tried without as much success. So maybe it just is one of those specialty heroes that require a lot of practice. You know, instinct.
Yeah, it feels like to be a support Slark, you have to be a true degenerate, which most of us feel like we are, but
Di-word nga
not
to.
on the same level as 9 class.
There's always someone who's more
Maybe.
legion than you, as the saying goes.
That is definitely a saying. 9 class is gonna spot Snake. As well. Go out.
You can tell Snake running with the Quelling Blade chant, just trying to cut away trees from the MK to work with. Not a common sight. On support, you more or less exclusively buy this item against Nature's Prophet. This is the one other hero that it does have some merit against. Plus on another scouting mission. And you might just get another courage kill here. He went the wrong way. I say wrong. Yeah, dive potential here. We're getting 6 now on No One's Queen of Pain. This is a great moment of opportunity to find the connection.
Now, let's see how patient he wants to be. You're right. Sonic Wave at the ready as Malrine getting pretty close to having the Echo. We have to pay attention if they're going to start stacking these the triangle creeps. So far, the big camp is blocked, so that's not going to happen. His crit will run into Depalis, and here's the Monkey King from above. Looks like another kill going the way of P-Vision. So 2-0 start.
Nag-isa to. Huwag natin ulihin.
Means that bottom lane kind of just left alone. Talked about so many times before.
Ay, tanginam. Pangit ng pasok nung first.
Na-first din naman. Magaganda ng mga spells na pwedeng kunin sa yun. Napatay pa siya.
Ay, PL.
Mess up. Wisdom trying for both sides, so no stealing shenanigans this time around.
This looks like a kind of new
Yeah. Actually, Monkey King gets a little bit of damage as applied to that as well. Half HP.
No BKB ako.
Just an innocent bystander. Looking from above. Snake will now be taking some experience in the mid lane while this is happening. He's going to take a shadow strike for his bubbles, though. There's no one. Sonic wave, but doesn't want to use it. Not quite enough damage.
Hey, healing low doesn't snaking. I think otherwise no one might have gone for that one.
Hindi ko madedepta. Kailangan may kasama ko. Talo na natin, G.
Quite slow start. These two teams are not generally
Go.
all that explosive.
Wala na rin.
Tagal naman mag-test dito.
Tayo na natampo to.
At least on Doom, it's kind of just sell that bad boy. One of the more interesting facets in the game for sure. Nine Clash, shadowing. No one is there with the shield. The tier 2 will survive. Rotation from Peevish and Ducalis makes it play over as well. You want to talk a bit
Agent nga yung ano.
just a bit as
Wyvern. Tangina.
Now TP from said Ducalis comes into play. Just needs to get into range as no one joining the party as well, but Amar just simply walking away. Although Satanic, is he going to continue? No.
That is very... Honestly, just a quick rotation from P-Vision there. They don't have anything to connect on the Doom with. They're obviously hoping to land the Fortune's End and then follow through. But Satanic could not stick on top of the Doom specifically because Amar has the ice.
Pinamenta ko ng Lancet. Proud sa akin.
The slow up and damage doesn't
Nakabudid naman,
slow him down
natamong lahat
enough
tayo.
comparatively, so he can still run away with phase boots. Of course, the Kobolds come. This will fail. Still
2-5. Mas scary pa yung Rubik eh. Mid to, di ba?
Nothing has changed since the runes at the
Nadali
beginning
ako.
of the
Lagi
game.
ako nadali ng Ruby.
It's okay. Things will ramp
Oo,
up
mahusay siya.
These teams late game are absolute beasts.
Ay,
Nine
isa
Clash
pa.
runs right into
Matagal-
Snake
matagal to,
but an
Falcons
entire
game to.
army of Zoo creeps
Tara.
greet him on the high ground.
Tangina eh.
Leave
Matagal,
him to walk
mahaba
away
yung mga
safely, though,
Falcons
because
game.
he is a monkey after all. That's also an animal in case
Mga
you're
late
wondering.
pa yung
So,
ano niyan, yung
talking
hype.
about the
Mga
Oracle,
laban
we see
nila.
a massive troll summoner push. This is a lot of
Puro
rally
hype, puro hype.
damage applied to this tier 1, but this Echo Slam could be insane if he gets close to DM perhaps. Doesn't have to blink yet. He will use the Echo to clear out the creeps. That must have felt incredible.
Yeah, would you
Back
have
to
thought,
farming.
would you have thought the first two echoes go on creeps,
Yeah, that's-
and he still doesn't have blink?
That's true.
He's not quite there yet. But honestly, can you blame him? I think this is a good echo. You just need to keep stalling out this push. You know you're going to eventually lose this tower.
Yeah.
Falcons are just playing the waiting game. They have a very greedy lineup to start. And they know that what's going to allow them to get across the finish line is to hold the towers as long as possible. Hand of God for Skitter.
Yeah, try to stay alive. I thought ult activated. Trying to apply all the pressure to DM right now. Boundless strike from below the 9 Clash. There's the first Doom of the game. It's going to be applied to the Enigma, but Skeeter dies first, and now Amar has to run away with no mana whatsoever. Are they going to continue to chase, though? 5 seconds Amar attempting to get out. Centaur Stomp does
Ayun,
hit.
salsal
Very
enjoyer.
nicely timed, Amar. Looks like he's going to end up dropping. So that ends up being a 2
Sige.
for 1 in favor of P-Vision. Looks like DM
Chicken fingers ako para maipit ko tong Ursa.
This is a lot of pressure now to the tier 1 though. A lot of space.
Cycle of the game goes on troll. In the meantime, you're also splitting
Read the
pushing
horn.
top. And you're forcing that response from
Earn?
Falcons. Just
Ang baka laban natin na kailangan earn.
these helms right now. Enigma helms, Anti-Mage helm, and now
Kahit
Monkey
din pala
Face
naking
will
power
also
to
have a
ng
helm.
Hindi. Hindi useful masyado earn dyan. Wala namang regen boost yan. Mas okay pa Orchid, pre. Para kay, ano, Willow tsaka kay, ano, Ursa.
Tsaka Mage. Tsaka Mage Leia.
Mage layer kaya ganun.
While we have some time, more Zoo
Acorn ka naman eh. Tatama yan.
You want to talk about Ducalis and the Oracle pick because it's not the most common save.
Mage layer tapos at some point Orchid para hindi maka-SS tong, ano, Willow.
I think at the time. So maybe just that overwhelming magic damage just wanted the
Tapos sa uber late game, build ko na rin Hex. Tsaka, ano, Gleipnir din pala. Wala tayong group AoE eh.
It's cool to see. I have always liked this hero. I think it's very high skill and has a lot of cool skill.
Oh.
Maybe a little less.
Atos, tapos, pwede ka ma-Mage Slayer into Orchid, ganun.
Was disarming your teammate while giving him immunity, etc.
Wow. Chill lang.
A lot of play and one of the heroes at a pro level that requires the most precise formation. If you're caught out even slightly, your hero can go from a lot of high save impact to having absolutely none.
Yeah.
Very important that he does not get caught by, say, a Shaker this game, or get doomed. I think dooming Oracle can absolutely be worth it.
Oh,
some cases.
Malrine finds one. He has the Echo if they need it, but there's so many stuns to work with. 9 class will be picked off without it.
Okay.
So that is
Forward ka.
second kill now for Falcons. That is the Blink reveal. Still Echo Slam though at the ready, of course.
And under attack!
While all of this is happening, Satanic just having a completely free game. Taken as a response to the build, it's hard to really do, of course, with the Reflect. You're going to naturally buy Manta. You could even buy additional protection later in the game if you need
Teka
to.
sa akin, kaibigan.
And with this early start, Satanic, early Dong, he's now going for that Battle Fury. Imagine we'll have it about 3 minutes. That'll be a very respectable timing. Usually a 16-minute Battle Fury is very slow, but you add a helm in there and it's very good.
Well, Skeeter has a respectable time of 14 minutes. It's more respectable because he did not go helm, because as AUI said yesterday, his team is very low skill and cannot control creeps.
Yeah. You too can make costly as TI.
The only one to be able to micro is Snake, but I think Helm and Dom in general won't make sense on his heroes. Maybe one day.
Just for a chat, why not?
Might is pretty close for Amar. As Battle Fury, like we talked about, is online, so maybe looking for that second item to be able to start fighting in all likelihood. I mean, you want to go to BKB super fast this game, or does it feel a little bit underwhelming? You have the Black Hole, Sonic Wave, a lot of ways to get through it.
He is queuing it up. I kind of like Sanjay Yasha here. As you said, what are you really countering?
Oh, Satanic, he actually blinks right into this. Malrine has everything at the ready. Amar as well. Mortimer skips this. There's the Echo Slam. Down goes Satanic. Wrong place, wrong time. They continue to have Doom Ultimate at the ready as well.
The biggest kill of the game, and like you said, they don't have to expend Doom. So he can't even feel safe when he comes back that he can just free farm for a while. With Echo on cooldown, you're still not out of the woods if Amar finds you at the moment from the high ground. Some tower pressure. Vision are in pretty good position with some of their heroes. Now Amar on the receiving end perhaps.
DM shows up to the party. Gonna get rooted now. Nice fissure. Gonna block off DM, but they have so many stuns, so many slows to work with. Amar does die. 30 seconds. In the base now. Break things up overall.
Who do you think has more Doms? 3 heroes with Dom or Chen? I think this is a philosophical question.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Chen has 4 creeps, but they're not as strong. He has 1 more. And he is in control of all of them himself.
That's true. And he can get Shard to get Ancient, so they become even more powerful.
Midas. A rare sight these days, because everybody who usually buys Midas buys Helm. It's true.
9 class, pounding crit. Wukong's command is there. No one with the blink. This will be an easy pick off for P-Vision. Trying to get control of this area for the eventual Tormentor. That's in 4 minutes. Through the gate they go to maybe bait Satanic as he goes to the triangle.
It's going to be a tricky kill though.
Oh, huli ka! Nice one. One Jules.
The tree. Come on, King. Call us in the area though. That's going to force Malrine back. Still a lot of information though. And there's the battle that you talked about with the helm for Satanic.
17 minutes. And that was after his death, so he would have maybe got it at like 15. Still looking very healthy.
They're going to get shot with the Echo Slam and Mortimer gets this isn't enough damage though. Satanic getting stunned. It's going to be close. Blinks out to safety, just barely survives.
Zeus ult!
Hey, go! Well,
probably would have been happy then. Close call, but the 4 points in counterspell necessary there. If he had gone for a 4-4-2 build, he dies in that situation. That's probably what most players in his shoes would have done. but just recognizing how much of a magnetic threat there is on him.
Wow, that's quite the road attempt. Yeah, they lose Echo Slam. Like, hey, let's run. No big deal. Amar, no one in the area. DM as well. Trying to down him.
Shit, tayo.
He's in a lot of trouble now. Trying to walk it up. They're just trying to get the road first. As Skeeter continuing to pound into him. They're turning the first black hole of the game. Onto the Earthshaker, but they do get the Aegis onto Skeeter. Malrine falls for this. Sonic Wave and P-Vision trying to take advantage of this timing. Boundless Strike on the Sneyking gets slowed as well. Looks like this is going to be the second kill for P-Vision. Does cost him the Aegis, although Sneyking is super tanky. Finally, the Seder Hyduin takes him out. In the end, loss for Falcons, but a very surprised Roche.
Travel. Without killing him. The confidence to go there. I kind of like it still, and it did somewhat work out of the
Sa akin, wait.
Because the Shaker
Time.
is big, and most of the time I would favor the team getting the Aegis that 2-0 trade. It's just a matter of can Falcons actually use it. I think it's gonna be difficult. You're playing against a lineup that is a really big part of my team done so well in this tournament. They're extremely good at constantly pushing out these waves, and it's not a surprise that they've run these triple helms this game. They're just going to keep the pressure on, making it that much harder to get that 5-man group of that Aegis push with Chen. Probably going to just expire.
Yeah, we'll see. 3.5 minutes to make it work. Their effort. I mean, at the same time, they are taking away from P-Vision. Not that they really have the greatest Roche taking capabilities anyway.
And P-Vision would not go in there. That's true. They're not ready. More magic protection, of course, for the AM, but this time for the entire team as well. Falcons lineup right now.
Tapang na.
It is heavily magic dependent until the troll.
May sawa na ako.
That's a nice cleanup from Chris. Shard plus. There's only 2-point scatter blast. When that gets to 4, it's going to clean up these waves no problem.
Tier 1 being threatened by Falcons. Looks like they're back away to see this Aegis advantage on the Falcon side.
Tayo ko dito. Okay lang. Okay na, worth it yun.
Because I think looking to push more than this would have been tough.
Worth
you
it.
can see on the map, right? You get the Tormentor, but look at mid and bottom. Like, you have to start putting out fires now. 9Class spending this opportunity to get some good vision out. Mid is pushing in all the way
Ano
to
maga? Ito naka-travel. Ito naka-blink. Interesting builds.
Yeah, classic push hero.
Yep. But they have their sights set on another tier 1 perhaps here. This could work. And maybe grab themselves an additional Wisdom Shrine. No Skitter for this play, though.
Ay.
Yeah, no one's going to be spotted. Centaur does not stomp in time. Malrine, though, still in the cover of the smoke. Looks like P-Vision is already back away. We need a 21-minute mark. Wisdom Shrine very bad. No one.
You got it.
Inside the circle, Malrine coming in with the Echo Slam. Late Mail reflects quite a bit of it. He does take the Shrine of Wisdom, but now his TP cancelled, left all alone.
4 seconds.
Malrine eventually will fall. It'll be to 9Class, of course, coming in for the last second steal.
It's a pretty rare sight, the Blink Echo TP. Didn't work that time.
And no one's super fast on the blade now, I have to say.
Skitter.
Punta ako bot.
Here by DM, but nobody around to assist either hero.
Ursa nandyan ah.
Yeah, they'd love to be able to burn this Aegis before the timer, but like we talked about. All lightning finding about
It's not really big.
To see what Snake is going to find with this Torment.
Anak ng Diyos naman yung nag-look sa akin.
Vision dito. Sorry na ano ako. Kidlat. Nice one.
And we do get to work on a tier 2. So I wasn't sure Falcons are going to be able to get here. It took them 3.5 minutes. The Aegis is actually about to expire, but they do make it in time. And I should let them have it.
Patayin natin yung Ursa, no?
Hindi yung kanina, yung sumakto yung nag-group bigla sa
Dami. Takong ano. Nice.
Smoke for P-Vision, knowing that this Aegis has expired.
Dito lang yan. Ingat kayo.
DM's Black Hole is going to be front and center of any team fight for P-Vision. The biggest concern for Falcons.
Matulungan.
Of course, I don't think we mentioned it, but now that 9 Class has reached level 9 or higher, the 5 points and 3 days is going to be hopping all over with the Simian Stride. Reducing the cooldown to 0. This can
5 seconds. May SS ka na?
Meron na.
Sige. Natin tumalon tong Ursa.
If he were to jump right now, he'll break the smoke on Skitter. Staying on the ground for some reason.
Mar, he is spotted.
Okay na ako dito. Okay lang. Ayan na, di pa na-dagger.
Because there's no reliable counter to the BKB Black Hole Enigma later down the line.
Ang hindi pa
Nice.
That's comfortable fighting the troll.
Malrain gonna open it up onto the Enigma with the Mortimer gets his follow, but he has the pipe, and now they have the TPs. Falcons now on the run. Malrain looking for a good echo, but they're not giving him one. He's just getting stun locked on the sideline. But there's a kill on Satanic, flicking it all by himself. The echo goes off.
Keeping ako mid.
Satanic attempting to run away, but Amar just continue to have. Now the right fist from Skeeter are enough to take out the ESA turn. There's a false promise to save the anti-mage for now. Looks like he will survive. In fact, close to full HP, so good rejoin the fight if they want. Amar forced the BKB, and now in full retreat mode, Satanic is leading the way.
Tara, punta tayo dun.
Over the high ground, Satanic still has that mana void at the ready. Nice balance strike onto 2 as Falcons just scrambling to get away. But there's the big mana void as Skeeter completely out of mana now. 2 dead in this fight.
Never mind.
Overall for Falcons, make it 4 as Crit tumbles.
Ups.
So P-Vision,
Dami.
response overall.
Yan yan.
The fact that Satanic lived is kind of crazy.
It's just so clutch, right? He gets doomed, and that looks like a very promising setup for Falcons. They use the troll ulti, but Skitter not.
Ano G Orchid mamaya. Kailangan para kay Willow.
And as they're about to get him in kill range, the force staff from DM, he just walks in and pushes AM to safety, gets protected by the Oracle, and as soon as that false promise goes out, the fight is lost for Falcons. You just have to try to cut your losses, but that's the thing about this Monkey King 4. How the hell do you get away?
Yeah. And another potential pickoff. Snake King shows himself in his own triangle. How dare he? No one there to clean up swiftly as Amar coming to the RT ping to try to support, but no one able to blink out to safety. 9 Class might be in a bit of trouble. As Amar gonna get slowed. Balance strike comes up. That's not gonna be enough. So it's still a support for support.
Baka nasa
It does
rush.
require many TPs for Falcons to try to get some sort of a response.
This is a major
Sige, di natin contest yan.
He didn't have any of the components before this, so wow, a massive level up. Playing against multiple melee heroes, you know these Shadow Strikes are going to land. And on the side of Falcons, you don't really have any
Kakita pa. Kita.
Looking very comfortable and start seeing the makings of Falcons getting a little bit cornered. The waves once again are going to be pushed more. And with this Battlefield, or excuse me, Butterfly and AM, they have to bring 3 or 4 heroes to come. Even then, if the Ducalis is in range behind him with the Blink Dagger, how do you kill AM this game?
Inohold ko siya na.
5 items in uncontested for a long time. Hitting it
Satanic going for Batra next. Into a full Abyssal, so it'll be even harder to take down with the extra HP that comes with that. And Snake King, or Skeeter rather, Looks like it will be the SNY, so the extra status resist, but
Yep.
Nawala. Gago tong
does feel like
Zen.
a +1 item on top of that to really pose a threat against Satanic. It really does feel like it's kind of up to the stun locks that the rest of the lineup have to offer, in addition to Amar's ult.
Bala ka.
He's queuing it up for now.
Kala mo ah.
Need hits damage to kill AM. It's just such a good pick this game. And when you looked at the options available to Falcons, this might have been the best last pick they had available in Control. Even then, still looking tough.
So absolutely no damage by no one. He's going to be able to get away.
On him.
Oracle. Again, the hero we haven't been seeing too much of, but so far has worked out quite well for P-Vision.
Dito.
Begs the question, do you buy Nullifier on someone on Falcons?
Wag dyan. Wag sa torre. Dito sa uphill.
Maybe Doom could.
Yeah.
Definitely not the ideal heroes for it.
None of the heroes feel good about purchasing that.
Yeah.
Ano dito?
There's now a pipe on the other side, so Snake King finally finds his. And as we already saw, Roche number 2 is up. Falcons were thinking about it, but after the last time, it cost them quite a bit, but they're going to try for it again. Will P-Vision have an idea that this is occurring? Satanic on the other side of the map.
Now they will.
Yep, they will.
This is a pivotal moment for Falcons. There's no way they don't get contested here, and they have to play a
they scan out, they know.
spectacular fight if they want to try to do this. And yeah, well, their roaching isn't even that fast to begin with. And look at the wards on the map. Courtesy of 9 Class and Ducalis, they've got really good coverage all around. They're basically cornering Falcons like 25% of the map unwarded.
No one spots Mallory. Shadow Strike applied right now. There's a BKB for DM, by the way. And to stop it, you have Doom.
Tara.
That's
Get
it.
dito.
Yep.
Unless you get a basher onto Troll,
Lilikod ako.
which even with that is going to be kind of hard to cancel a black hole. This
sound very reliable.
This feels like always just sending it for vision. Start his way to the other side of the pit. Summer vacation time for him as DM comes in with the black hole only on the one. The big echo slam on the 3 heroes for Malrine. Everybody's so super healthy though. Once the broken up field, Satanic gets doomed to the other side. He's been able to walk his way past the fissure though. And now there's the big throw from Roche. Enigma in a lot of trouble. Gotta get away from that big bad boy as Malrine. Onto the high ground. He's gonna be saved. Satanic now no longer doomed. Wants to fight. Skeeter no longer with the ult, and we've seen this story before. They're going to have to try to run away. They get the stun lock onto no one, though, stuck inside this area. There's a lot of trouble, but there's the big man by Satanic, taking out Malrine in turn, and now Falcons likely trying to run away. Snake King gets bashed up, gets destroyed, and now next on the list is Skeeter. 3 dead for Falcons as P-Vision honestly relatively easily take this fight, just long and drawn out.
They don't have the damage. They're getting on top of this AM with Doom, but the follow-through is not relevant enough. You find a good echo, it immediately gets piped off. Ducalis didn't even have to ult. They were never in enough danger that they had to cast the False Promise on the Anti-Mage or the Queen of Pain. They're just leveraging their tankiness in these fights. And
BKB ata to.
Falcons lineup is so heavily reliant on Troll attacking stuff for it to die, but he's just getting kited.
This is already going to be a lane. This is a crazy timing for P-Vision. This will be completely free. They get the full lane, everybody remaining with their lives. 20 seconds left on the death timer for Skeeter. And P-Vision can just chill because
Masama sa akin. Nagdadaan to
it's
dito
not
sa...
like anybody killed Roche.
Yep.
They can just go for that now.
Oh yeah, by the way, Enigma got caught twice by Roche.
Oh, twice.
They still won the fight without having to use any...
I'm pretty sure Roche did more damage than Falcon that fight.
Might have.
Into the pit, Satanic goes, and...
Ito yung Blade din G mamaya. Kailangan mo. Or at least siguro ano. Yung ano. Component. Ghost Scepter.
Considering the fight that we just saw, I don't think P-Vision are going to hesitate to try to...
Hindi, kahit Ghost Scepter lang. Up, makapunta sa akin. Nice. Shit.
Will be a shard for Amar. A little bit of healing for him to stay tankier in the fight, but
not a game changer.
Doesn't really
Yung
seem
ano mo,
to be the
Celestial
problem.
Lamb.
Okay. Okay, nag-kill daw.
Ah,
To get permanent amplified damage on Troll. Would be a good shard this game.
Yeah, make sure that's in the next patch for sure. Sacrifice your own items here. Position 1 can get stronger. Just like the good old Dota 1 days. You buy,
Back when you were able to buy items for your teammates.
Oh shit, ano? Ags na.
Wonder if he was German. I see that.
Let's get a shout out for Clinks with Divine Rapier, everybody.
Very related to the game.
Santanic, 4 minutes on this
Wag na.
Aegis. What
Hindi
are they
maganda.
going to be able to accomplish with it?
Ako lang, G.
Already a lane of Rax. It's not often you see an AM on your doorstep pushing and able to get a full Rax.
Also not very often you see him with
Naka-Ags na yun, eh.
CS minute 35, but that's where we're going.
True. You have 7 Gale Guards. It does feel like both sides are super tanky.
Yeah.
And like you said, Falcon's just lacking damage.
Yeah, that's the primary difference.
Got it.
One of these teams is not like the other.
Wala pa masyadong damage.
One of them has the damage.
Maybe they should get it.
Ah,
Maybe
oo.
they get the damage.
Nag-ag siya.
I mean, Troll needs the MKB, and then
Okay, what else?
Shaker Refresher.
Okay.
I don't see any other solution, and I don't think you're able to take a fight before that. So, at the same time, T-Vision aren't necessarily in a hurry. I think they could try to end the game. They don't have to because of how good Enigma is this game. But I wouldn't mind seeing them at least trying to put the Aegis to good use here and
Huwag natin
poke
siguro
and prod
talaga.
Falcons and see if they've got what it takes.
That
There's
yung
no
Lion,
reason to give
nakaabang
them that
palagi yung
refresher on
Lion.
Shaker
Oo
as
nga.
well as that Troll MKB if you could finish the game before they get that potential play.
Yeah.
You've got to feel so confident after these multiple fights that seemingly
Mag-smoke mga yan.
after
Ay,
being
mag-rush mga yan.
every single time. He's gonna find himself a little bit of an illusion room.
Dito.
So it's 5 a.m. now in Germany.
Ingit kayo, baka matalon kaya.
When he's Manta, of course.
10. Smoke siya.
That's fine. It's for the
Huh?
sophisticated.
It was a combination of me not understanding and not listening to you, which is
Yan yung alayan.
a trait between the both of us. That's why we're so good.
Yep.
Dawag na.
Here comes AM. Falcons have
Yan, malayo kayo.
This
Hindi
is
na.
a fast push with
Hindi
the
ako
man.
may ano.
Yan, Rex. Vision.
Echo slam potentially, but Satanic has so much resist that he's going to be tough to take down not only once but twice. DM, Malefit, there's even away from Satanic, but the cookie on the Skeeter. Going to be
Nice.
okay for now, but the Tier 3 is not going to be okay. It's already dead. No one creating some space for Satanic, who now gets healed up by Ducalis ever so slowly. This will be
Tagal
round
mag-online
number
ng PA
2 on this
natin.
Barracks. Minute and a half on this Aegis. Not sure if you can just give up this second set. Gonna be able to try to burn this first life of Satanic. DM gets the Midnight Pulse off. Mana Void actually applied to Skeeter. He's very low on mana. We'll have to use the cookie to get away. That's still on the tree line. This Barracks are still falling ever so slowly. Fortification comes out. Wukong's command not so fearsome from this support, but state of affairs now
Nice.
for Falcons as another melee Rax will fall. Amar looking for the backstab potential. Full second lane for Satanic and company.
BKB to.
With little resistance from Falcons.
He's full XP. They can just keep dealing it with the Oracle. Even when Fate's Edict is on cooldown, the damage from Purifying Flames on AM is so insignificant, so it's a much
Problema rin kasi,
than any other hero.
Sino papasok? Ang tanong.
Spam him
Ako?
back up to nice and healthy, and round number 2.
40 seconds on the Aegis. Amar wants to get aggressive, running around extremely fast. Satanic
Oh, yes,
wants to
amp
continue to try to get him.
damage.
Balance Strike's not going to hit Satanic. Looking for the blink of Abyssal
Putang ko.
potential, no. We'll blink out
Eh, wait.
safely. 30
Tingin ka sa
seconds
akin.
on Aegis. Falcons can try to
Ikutan ko
wait.
sila.
Maybe they can get this wombo combo onto the
Sa
AM.
Disruptor.
Big if. 20 seconds now. On the high ground. Falcons. Boundless Strike closing down Satanic. We'll be able to get the tier 3. Seconds on the Owl. Likely soft reset, if not full.
Oh, nice shot.
Falcons. Almost have to try to slow the focus, but it would be kind of an obvious play that these creeps continue to just enter their base.
You've been struggling against P-Vision pushing with 3 Doms all game and having heroes.
At least walang
on
static,
top with the
ano,
AM
static
split
storm.
push, Monkey King cutting waves, the Queen of Pain.
Oh no.
Try with 2 lanes as well.
AB.
Make matters all that much worse.
Vision dito.
Really to write more about this game for Falcons. Feels a little bit like
Bakit to? May vision sila dito. May vision dito.
Every time you tried to make a move, the enemy team was too
Saka dito meron actually.
Navigated you, they had your number all game with vision. This game has not been close.
They got the early
Ayun na,
kill on
naka-double
Satanic.
dead.
Thought there'd be something there for the future, but his farm has just been out of control as Amar. He's going to be able to get the Doom off onto 9 class again. Support Monkey King and attempting to run away. And Satanic is going to force the entirety of Falcons back just on his lonesome. See the Monkey King getting very low, and the false promise will help him survive.
Gonna heal him to full nice and easy, but that is of course now false promise down. However,
have they needed it?
However, you don't have Doom, so that's a good trade.
Okay, ako lang na static. Matay yung PA natin. Okay.
Resistance to no one. The blink out with Oracle nearby. Satanic gets the range. Barracks wants to go for the killing blow onto Mallory. And then multiply from DM. There's the right clicks from Skeeter, not doing anything at this point. A missile blade from Satanic. Trying to get out.
Lion nag-pause.
From the Troll Warlord. Staying alive just for now. But the rest of P-Vision in the air. And they do kill Satanic. It's going to cost Skeeter his dieback though. Malrine dies right outside his fountain. Only 2 alive for Falcons as GG's come out. They do kill Satanic in the end, but it matters not. P-Vision takes game number 1.
P-Vision panalo.
That felt like a complete strategic victory, but not only that, P-Vision also had the plays to back it up. Keza was talking about this on the panel. He said, more so than the strategy, this is going to be about how the teams play today and who has what it takes when it goes down the stretch. Well, what if it doesn't? What if you just
F9 unpause.
Effectively, this game almost felt over minute 15.
It was a rough one for Falcons.
I know Falcons had 1 or 2 attempts, but it wasn't really that close in any of the instances that they tried to fight. They never managed to get a convincing win in any sort of fight. And you can see it on their faces here, looking a little bit stunned with just how one-sided that affair was. You got to get back to the drawing board in this short break and find the solutions.
Yeah, no one ends the game 12-0 and 10 on the Queen of Pain. Absolutely
Try nyo na unpause.
going ballistic in this game number 1. I mean,
F9.
Again, they've been here before. They've been down 1 game, as has P-Vision. These teams have played a lot against each other. What do you think they need to do in game number 2 to try to change how this went?
I think the main thing you try to have to solve is the problem with these waves of being non-stop push. So find a solution.
That's right, Shiva!
Oh shit.
I didn't think you'd actually do that on TI main stage sometime, please. But thank you.
Is ba tayo?
This game down because this is a beautiful game of Dota 2. Cool little things come into play. A lot of fights for a while.
Pwede ko na.
Division sila. Ay nice, pinira ako. Ayun lang. Sakit, tangina, naka ano. Fifth blink.
They blocked a lot of the camps from the triangle to slow down Malrine's game, but also Malrine usually we see when he's able to get these early seconds off lane, make this first kill, but in this game it looked like this is a hero that many teams don't give him. There was so much pressure and they just kept wanting to save him. And P-Vision, they took full control of the game.
And this fight looked beautiful for P-Vision as well because they kind of baited Amar to use a Doom very early on, kited back from the pit. Once they knew no one was safe, then they re-engaged with the Black Hole. Like, the amount of layering in the team fight from P-Vision, like offering up the front heroes, getting saved by the Oracle, then following up with the damage in the farm of Satanic and DM, even though when it's just...
Tangina, tilted tong PA natin.
Yeah, this may have not looked that
Ino-all chat yung kalaban. Pinosan kasi siya ng disruptor kanina.
very disciplined and
Ayun na,
patient
pikon eh.
as well. A lot of the moments it looked like maybe they could have gone out, made a play for themselves, tried to play off of their Enigma, but they were content to just wait for Falcons to break formation, to come into their triangle, to overextend, to get the save off on whoever gets doomed and then re-engage. And that requires a lot of patience because I think a lot of teams in the Falcons during that mid game and
Okay, kaya yan.
given up their
Totoo ba yan? Pahilo. Keyword nyo lang.
Baka laro siyang BKB din kasi.
Wow.
You got a monkey running around, an Oracle buffing you up, Enigma pressuring your towers. It's not natural for Falcons to want to react to that, unlike other drafts that we've seen so far.
I'm really impressed with P-Vision, like being able to keep your cool. This is main stage TI, this is semi-finals, sure. Like you have no one on the screen, DM, like these guys, they pop up, and I'm sure too, if we could like listen to them what they're saying, I feel like they played very cool and calm in this game. Like the pressure, it didn't get to them because, like we're talking about, Falcons in the mid game, they get to you. In the early game, they get you, they get their stacks, they go to your safe lane, they kill you, they take your towers. They got the Aegis, but they got nothing from it.
Yeah, you could really feel
Ayan
the
na.
pressure that was on Falcons, where normally they're the ones applying
Wala na ako ba
pressure
ta?
to teams mid-game. They felt that they had to use their cooldowns, that they weren't
Hindi, para matanggal.
They ran into P-Vision's triangle. Malrain missed his initiation on the side. He got killed, but Falcons took the fight anyway.
Bit yan. Di ko mag-hold.
It's not all about the setup, it's about
Nice PA.
what do you do and how does the enemy react. Sometimes they miss the right check, they did this time. No one, 100% full participation. Just a beautiful.
Beautiful game of Dota 2. I also think it's maybe a little bit extra.
Di pa natin nakuha yung Aegis na, no?
DM and no one NSTD because last year they were on the Cloud9 crew and they were also in the lower bracket. Guess who eliminated them? Falcons, correct. So this was definitely a very strong start to this upper bracket. And we can start talking about this final talk about the field of
Not today.
This is the plan. We're gonna pick the Oracle against this. We're gonna back up and have fun. He came to this lane. He wasn't able to make it. This is a big reason why
The Shade's direction. Your bottom barracks have fallen. I was gonna say that typically when Falcons win,
Nanap ako.
some of those fights, Kazu.
Oh, absolutely, because the little things is really what separates the pros from, you know, like the tier 1 level to the next. Look at Satanic in a moment. He's on edgy threats. Okay, before he gets jumped here, he will make sure
Napatay ka ta.
Positioning is key. Getting up to face decent, getting up to your combos. You want to be able to enable your team to kind of aggressively disarm but defensively. And yeah, I think getting that Blink Dagger rush, other support players might be, you know, talking about additional healing or solar press or maybe like stuff. But for Oracle players, the good ones, they know when to buy Blink Dagger. And Ducars already was popping off in the first 22 minutes without the Blink Dagger. Once he got it, it felt like he was on another level.
yeah, he only died the one time, which was already after he used his ulti to save MK who got doomed, and his death made it so that they saw Falcons, they revealed who their heroes were, themselves, instantly buyback, and P-Vision won the fight. He did so many things well, and he played with that troll. Like T mentioned, there was no Manta on troll versus Oracle, which is quite cool.
So much in this game, like,
Try natin to.
like he's dewarding the enemy triangle.
Kaya ano pala to?
He's landing with an anti-mage. This is not a notoriously like very strong lane, but they make it happen. They know what they're playing
I'll
for.
just sit over here, shall I? Don't mind me.
It was a beautiful game. Both teams really danced around each other. You really saw.
They would just lose the fight. Anti-Mage, who got doomed here, didn't even need to be false crown. He was forced off out, they kited it a little bit, and then on the side, coming up, you have no one playing on the limits, and Paulus in the back getting disarms off on the Troll Warlord. Everyone played that fight so beautifully on P-Vision.
Including Roshan.
Yeah, he was a real big boy. He left him like twice to the side, being like a player.
It doesn't happen very much. I mean, that was a very cool fight. There was one other fight that we were before that, but we got our expert to tell exactly what happened at that time.
Big that led to that moment, and most of that is with creeps pushing towers. So we saw this throughout this entire game, just a super abundance of creeps. The Dark Troll Warlord push on the tier 1 was very scary looking, so you're pairing with Eidolon. Every single one of these guys is getting like 27 bonus damage.
Oh shit!
DM's pressuring the mid lane with his Eidolons. Snake is trying to offset them as much as they can. But the Eidolons do have a lot of single which ends up just being both teams trying to delay their tier 1 towers dying. Because if the towers die, it's much easier for their teams to go get ganks. P-Vision
tilted na tilted PA natin. Napos lang ng ano.
Tried to slow this down as well with the tower getting backdoored here. No one tries to deny he's not successful. And then basically once the mid tier 1s are dead, they're doing the same thing. They're just jamming creeps down one lane to make sure that their opponents can't end up pushing or looking for kills. And on the other side, Falcons is doing the same thing with some of their creep cutting here, using these to push out creep waves. But what's really important about this is that by pushing the lanes down like this, it makes it very difficult for Falcons to go look for their kills as the game continues. In fact, here's a great example of that. Their P-Vision's farming the bottom half of the map. Satanic sends his little pine cone creep towards the mid lane because he's trying to cut this wave. And they barely saw Amar. They basically expected Falcons to do a smoke in this position. And now you have all these Falcon players kind of sitting in the middle of the map. So let's take a look at what this looks like. They have to play near Amar, because if they run away from him, they're going to have a bad time if a team fight starts. So they basically can't actually get aggressive down here. They would prefer to be like circling this tier 2 tower, but because he cuts this wave and denies the shield rune, they now have to go deeper into enemy territory to look for a fight. And look where DM is farming on the right side. He's really close to his tier 2 tower. That means that if he does get gone on in this situation, he's going to get back up really quickly, and Falcons decide they need to get something done on the map here, so they do actually go for this here. The Echo Slam is, or at least the initial disable is going to be okay, but there's like 4 TPs going on. All of these heroes are Power Rangering in to react to this, because they know that this is a crucial moment, and their opponents had to do this crazy dive. Because they had to go farther, they didn't have as much damage follow-up. They do manage to get the Doom on the Anti-Mage, but the Oracle save that comes through is fantastic, of course. Last second here, that's going to come after the Doom ends, so he ends up staying alive. Just a perfect response to P-Vision, but most of this was set up by the incessant pushing in the mid lane that gave them this good place to start the fight.
Thank you very much, Purge. That also reminds me of what was said at the very start, because you talked about how good the map play is for P-Vision. I feel like the clip and the fight that Purge showed us, that was exactly that.
Absolutely, and they do it like from start to finish. And it's not just that they do this, but they also have the Monkey King, so the map is already hard, and then there's a monkey around in the trees. It's like breaking the smoke. So the one thing I do like is that Falcons are their opponent, because they're very good at this themselves. They know the answer. AUI is one of the ways you won TI and what they did. So I expect them to find the answer for the next game and show us something better.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of talk going on behind the scenes right now to see what they can do different and what they can do to push out to a third game in this series. And while they're talking, we're gonna watch a new submission for the short film contest. It's time for Grudges.
Oh, rewards, nice. Habang break sila, 1 game pa. Justice is served, and I'm sure that Falcons wants to do the same with this upcoming game number 2. Only one team will be slotted directly into the grand finals. Teaguh, what do we think? What adaptations will be made? What will be the vibes going into the second one?
I want Falcons to have a bit more pacing, a bit more ability to fight together, and also just don't sack Malrine. You see the net worth in those clips where he's like, what, 6th, 7th net worth? Like, that's not going to be good for him. So protect Malrine from the mid lane and have at least 2 cores in the Falcons lineup that won't feel bad running around the map together, finding the kills.
The one thing I see is I think they did have pacing, but they had like a hard time executing. What I can see, you have the Chen's role, but then like you say, you have Malrine and it does get shut down. Luma the offlane, not the fastest hero.
Waking up,
sun rising. Is it like only about having more pace? I'm honestly not sure, but I hope that they can find the answer.
I think Falcons got hooked by the Oracle pick. The Oracle pick entirely. It made it so that the Falcons that we're used to seeing taking these team fights mid-game, pushing their advantage, taking over the enemy side of the map, they couldn't do the same thing with the knowledge that their jumps will most likely fail. They did not have enough backline jump. We saw Malrine go in time and time again in that mid-game, not get any follow-up damage because he's the only hero who goes in. You're not getting enough out of the Mortimer's kisses because of the pipe coming out of Enigma. Like, where is that mid-game damage? Who's killing this Oracle? Just ban the hero next game. Think about it.
Like the other cool thing that I feel like we've talked about a lot too with Falcons is that they want to go for the 1+1 kill combo, which means they have a limited amount of damage. So when you have heroes like Russia Pike and of course like on the side and you have an Anthony check, all these heroes, you already need like 2, maybe sometimes 3 heroes. Now you don't know where the Oracle is, some guys here with the lowest and they keep very nice distance, like on the range where they play with the map. So yeah, like in my opinion, EM2, like he played an incredible game, and it's also a statement. They gave away the Enigma, they gave away the Monkey King, you lost to it. You gave away the Chen to Falcons and you beat it. So going into the next game, there absolutely is some pressure on Falcons.
Luckily they've been in this position before, right? Like when they were against BB in the other round, they lost the first game. They had a lead, they lost it. They bounced back, they understood what they had to do, and then they were able to close it out. So I am expecting Falcons, unlike some other teams that we've seen so far in the playoffs, to be able to actually show that adaptation and have a more competitive game too.
Yeah, I will also say that the history between these 2 teams is quite even. They've played 7 series against each other and went to 4
Plenty of time to tell an announcer you love them.
But overall, you can tell that both of these teams are, well, they have what it takes to make a comeback. We'll see how that translates into the draft, of course, soon heading into game number 2. But I do
So kaya taong palit kami.
Some of the heroes we saw. The Queen of Pain came out very early in this game, Effie. I mean, you say I'm branding out the Oracle, obviously that is step 1, but surely there is, especially from this first game, there's more they have to consider.
Yeah, the Queen of Pain looked especially good though because of the way that P-Vision drafted to play around mid lane. They had the Oracle with the rune predictions, they had the Monkey King who went to mid, minute 3, they got that kill on Earthshaker. The support duo was ready, they got every single power rune. I mean, I think Queen of Pain is a hero that all melee heroes will struggle against mid, but they can still play against her with the help of the supports if they get runes. It's just that Falcons did not have the punch to fight against this Oracle plus Monkey King support duo.
Like Dota is a lot about like there's levels to it. It's like there's step 1, I beat your lane. Then it's like step 2, what's like your recovery? Oh, I'm gonna steal all of your runes too. I'm gonna play into your triangle. My supports are gonna ward half your hard camps all the time in the triangles.
Right, gang,
and when you do
30
just
seconds.
one step, okay, you slow them down, but you do step 1,
up a
step
little
2, and
pep
step
talk.
3. Suddenly you really see pros struggling against the best players in the world.
Greg
Well, let's
was
find out
sounding
which
like a baby
pros we're
when
going to
he
see
heard it.
struggling in that second game. And it's coming our way right now.
P-Vision versus Team Falcons.
Lakad mo, Noy.
Game 2.
Wala naman dito.
The second game, we got the side swapped where P-Vision is now Radiant and
Here's how I see it.
Falcons is Dire, but the pick order remains the same in the sense that we still have P-Vision with first pick.
Yeah, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Falcons. Again, I didn't really see who had priority to understand this part, but in regards to Falcons being second pick, maybe not reacting with the Shaker, protecting a little bit more might be a better approach. But we'll see if they want to change up their plan. Often getting 2 second pick games in a row. So far in the playoffs, it's always been like one gets second pick, next time it goes to the other team.
Yeah, we haven't seen it like this before. For Falcons, though, they do have a lot of last pick heroes. We didn't see that come into play in that last game. We might see it happen this time. Maybe they do need to bring out some cheese. But a lot of the cheese that comes from Falcons does depend on that Falcons. They tried to stand all of the heroes. There was barely anything left of him. He ended up just playing a team at the end.
Well, that was definitely like a very nice setup strategically going into the game. You have the setup with the bans against Lamar. You have the counterplay against Team Falcon's highest tempo in the mid lane, and I like these bans. You try to take out 9 class.
Finally, these bans that I was expecting to see against P-Vision, right? When you have 4 bans available, just put the Monkey and the Slug in the ban pool. They are the best 4 positions for 9 class to play that break open the map, that enable the vision game, right? So get rid of both of them, and then just slows down the game just by a bit.
And also some respect still for Malrine Sand King. The Beastmaster that was banned out in the previous game gets picked up in that first phase, and a lot of love here, of course. Shout out to Heroic, eliminated now, watching from the sidelines to see the teams move forward. Another hero left in the pool, by the way, is the Invoker. It was first game banned last time. I don't know if we were expecting to see it come out in the early stages of the draft.
It's most likely a second phase hero, I would say, for P-Vision. Very likely something they can consider. So let's see, Falcons, they did step away from Chen. I believe this is the first game in this entire tournament where they have the chance to pick this hero and they don't go for it. So they did just move with it. I like it because they had a lot of pressure in this offlane, and it's what we talk about a lot. Not just the map, but also early on. The Marines first usually go into enemy safe lane, not into their own safe lane of Falcons. So when you have these Lycans,
Nice.
where you don't really want to go to.
It just gives me more pacing, right? I've been pulling for...
Yeah, laban-laban. Nandiyan si NP.
No matter what, she's right, Pangolier to mid to offlane, it doesn't matter at all. It is going to have the same type of game. If you want to play for any timing, any any active rune, any twin gate move, you're going to be doing it from either of the 4 roles.
Patatabi sa akin.
More dynamic hero, not as slow to move around the map as with the heroes that Falcons had last game. There is always the issue though of Angel versus Beastmaster, where later on in the game he just gets roared during his rolling thunder and he just gets beat up by the enemy carry. But before that, he does a lot by way of
Oh shit.
lane
Thank
push
you.
and fighting into a Zoom meta.
Also something that Falcons use quite well because we did already mention that they do flex it, and the hero, he also gives minus armor. They play it quite nicely.
Low lang siya.
They have like some Tango Weaver, it's very fast stuff on the map. But like Epic was saying, when you play against the Beast, you need to be aware of the roar into like range carry with high DPS. Your TA is can close out the phase later, you get this roar escalator hits, and see you later, Pango.
I am reminded by what ST said during the coaching he said, you know,
Wala pa. Level, ano, 5 ko pa kinukuha yan.
but I think especially that is true for this series so far, in particular for the support heroes. You are going to have to deal with everybody's comfort. The fact that P-Vision already beat the comfort of Falcons, I don't know, do we feel like that
Level 4 pala. Wala pa.
doubt that a little bit, or what will they do?
Doubt doesn't really exist in the Irons. They will always be analytical to move to the next point to understand why they won or lost the game. And I think just hearing that from Astini shows that it doesn't matter what you draft at the end of the day. You can make anything possible in Dota through better map play, better itemization, and it shows that P-Vision's approach approach to it isn't a matter of a draft has to be everything for us to win. They don't mind
Sila
getting
yun.
a slight disadvantage. You know, less stuns. Look at the stun average of their team. They also don't have as many as the likes of, let's say, like Extreme Gaming.
Okay, so they just lock it in straight away. This should just be a DM centaur. Lanes quite well into Chen. You don't care too much. You have high HP regen. You're pretty fast yourself. You don't care too much about the pressure. You also have the roll to, of course, the Stampede to get away from the potential roll and also the creeps. Unless they have a flex potential, at least have cost from the centaur. But it might be open.
Ba't kulay blue to?
So yeah, it's the tops and the mid centaurs that are coming with the TI.
If PB wanted to double counter the Pango, they could just go for Grimstrike. We've seen that hero re-emerging with Soulbind as its primary focus in the draft.
I'd like to see 9-class play a real physical.
He does that.
I mean,
look at his heroes, like he's got Rubik, everything else is like...
And his fake ones are out there.
Like the next fake one is also, it's really hard to generally play a range for this before. The hero pulls sure last before this creep into the mid lane to try and slow down no one. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see like another UV4 later on because
assassinate.
I understand they've mainly been playing Snapfire on Ducamo and I like this.
Nice one.
Also a lot when it comes to stealing. You're not giving it into first hands.
And there's so much kiting potential, and those stats are incredible for Takalis, right? 8 and 0. But yeah, like you've already mentioned in regards to the Beast and the Raw against the Pangolier, and then the Stampede, you also have Cookie, and then the utility from the Snapfire, be it from 4-star or Shard with the heal. There's so many ways for B-Vision to offer up a fight to Falcons and then move away. Falcons have to make sure that their spell use is so on point.
Not as much damage as a Mortarist.
Crit also has to play in the Grimstrike that we mentioned, and I wouldn't mind if they took it for themselves, having a little bit more control, soul binding up the Stampede, you kind of got a Stampede in the same direction, and then we'll potentially enable 2 picks down the line to offer up bonus damage through the soul bind. You get the 15 talent, that's another 25%. And there's so many layers to it, but that all aside, they just go for the hoodwink, keep it classic, and for DK hoodwink, for BB utilize it against Falcon just.
Yeah, strong.
I mean, they got their kill combo that we always talk about, a way to make a play on the game. Get that easy blink timing. He's been relegated to the lane because Tag would have countered.
Nice one.
You can go in there early, set up your engagements.
That is an old one.
one right there. Oh yeah, it is the Falcons classic, right? You get the Speeder DK and with the double minus armor as well from Pango DK, not to be underestimated. A lot of these heroes on P-Vision so far, not the highest armor heroes, but they're going for a very similar strat. You have a lot of annoyance on the map because it resums. You've got Enigma, so Centaur is a support.
I mean, we have to have that discussion now, right? It's DM playing Enigma every single game. There's now a Centaur available, right?
Yep.
9-class plays Enigma, maybe?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question of the draft, right? And that's exactly what Falcons have to ask themselves. You've got both Centaur and Enigma, and we saw Enigma go to the support role in the Heroic series. DM probably wants to play it. Is it a new 9-class support that's going to be showing us at...
I think, if anything, it'll be Centaur support, or it could even be Beastmaster carry, and then you just have your 3-core lane.
Yeah, I would kind of like the Centaur 4, why not? You use your body. And kind of, I would say, Falcons a little bit to like, okay, we see the offlane Centaur, we're gonna lock it in there. This is not the best lane when it comes to playing against the Enigma. Support P-Vision, they need to, as always, a hybrid carry for Satanic. You go take over the game, but you need the damage to come out. If you come buckets of lockdown that you do have with your other 4 heroes.
Just going back the likes of Brood or something, you have good damage, more map play.
Ingat ya, katain Torre.
Only the Pangolier. And when you're already having to deal with the pressure of a Beast and then the Enigma.
Medyo forward ka.
One of these type of heroes can.
If they want to value more map play, that is the hero you will
Yan, nag-D-word sila.
That a range carry would feel kind of nice. I mean, it's also nice to play like a melee here with the snap, you get the cookie. But for now, I see like you want a guy that has very easy access into the roar to also like threaten this Pango who's running it, because also there's a Chen heal to back him up. Like it's not just one roll. There's also a lot of stuff from Falcons that will come to back him up.
Word dito. Keyword na lang.
From Satanic too. I mean, this guy is incredibly versatile. It's very hard to ban him out.
I mean, he played some Meepo and some Techies. Not Techies.
He might play Techies.
Wow, Overlord.
There we go.
That would be cool on the main stage. I never thought I'd say that, but...
Push niya ba?
The thing with P-Vision, how they draft is, even if they the way that they fight Helmet Dominators and push waves, like from the Purge segment in the previous panel, is so hard to do it, and they always seem to come online.
What are you doing there, Nat?
Having a good time with the girls. Alright, let's see what's coming. We got our final ban coming
Okay,
out for P-Vision. Looks like on the side of Falcons there is also flex potential, and they will get that overall last.
Reveal. Tatabi sa atin, G. Ingat lang.
And now it creates the issue.
Falcons have to be ruthless. When they leave their lanes and they feel they have their first core item timing, every move needs to be very, very clear. If it gets any point difficult, how do you keep talking about the map lane for P-Vision? Every hero available for P-Vision can skip a wave really quickly, really nicely. I mean, when Falcons group up as 4 or 5 heroes,
Push
they're
na,
going to be
kaya.
XP starved, farm starved. They cannot let the first game affect this one for sure.
I'm not sure where to go with this. I don't know who they're gonna give more priority. There's like, I'm not able to find like this Exodia pick that they had yesterday with the 24 Husker. Like, do you wanna like run most likely just another guy that goes in, like do some primal and flex? Is there madness? Like Night of the Zeros? They're like, they don't really do it for me. They're good, but it's not like what I'm looking for to really take over the game.
Yeah, it's the layers of saves that P-Vision already have that prevents me from being excited about a Primal Beast, right? I think I'd agree that hero would be really nice, but instead they're just going to go for an Underlord.
Question, is it an Underlord carry or is it for the offlane here?
Yeah, it is one of their staples also. It does give you like more mobility around the map, right? You can deal with the waves, but you can be somewhere to gauge the wells. You have the lane against the TV, you're generally going to
MK nila naka ano.
build
Yun, yep.
switch. P-Vision, they don't pose too much damage. Like in this early mid game, it's all magic until Satanic has like 3-4 slots. So an early fight with the hand of slots could be quite strong.
It's going to carry. You have the Crimson on the Underlord, the Auras of the Chen, you run up together, and everybody might not even have the items to do the damage at that stage. So they could be really, really formidable, but it's around 15 to 20 minutes, the correct auras, the correct positioning.
We are going to have the 9-class Centaur coming out from support. What do you expect from something like that?
Shard.
Early blink setup for your team, a body for this Enigma.
Orchid week mamaya. Actually, baka okay nga mag-Orchid ka na ngayon habang wala pa silang BKB. Game mo lang kami vision with. Nice. Thank you.
If they delay the game, then P-Vision will exploit the map, and they will control every move and have everything. Falcons, they need to break from lane, control the first rotation, like, play with purpose. If they stall out the game, then they're gonna get picked apart.
I mean, if this game goes late, DM Enigma with Satanic TV will take over the game, but I'm hoping for Falcons, and I believe in their heroes, that they just won't let it end. They're gonna close it out 38 specific call.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. I know there's a lot of people hoping for a third game coming out here, and one of those people is on stage, of course, Coach AY2000, who's with Flax.
Absolutely, we are here with AY2000 from Team Falcons. Absolutely. absolute pleasure to see you here on the stage yet again, sir. Now, your team is very used to being extremely difficult to draft against. A lot of heroes to ban, a lot of great players. But in this case, it's also pretty difficult to draft
Sorry.
against. I mean, how do you draft as a team that's extremely used to people having issues
Ingat dyan.
drafting
Makita ka dyan.
against? Do you feel like you have an advantage here?
Like in this game's draft?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
No, I think we're pretty happy with our draft. Honestly, game one, I think the game didn't look that good, but I think a lot of it was we just gave them 4 bounce runes, so it's hard to like draw conclusions after games like that. So hopefully this one's better.
Absolutely, you heard it here from TI Winner. Once you lose 4 bounty runes, it's good. There's you can do it. Absolutely over. Okay, we got some iconic heroes though. The Crit, Hoodwink, can't get better. But then we also have some other iconic heroes, DMs and Enigma, pretty scary stuff. Why'd you guys decide to let that one through?
I mean, as you said, like they have a lot of heroes. You have DM, who have some like Phoenix Enigma, no one has some like Puck Invoker. And there's just a lot of heroes who ban versus this team and versus us, I guess. So you got to pick what you play against, and we want to play versus Enigma.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're getting into that first game, second game,
Oh, wow.
today. I have to
Ita.
ask this question to you, sir. Will you be going to the grand finals? Will we see a game here? You hope so. Tell me you fucking know so. Look at that camera and tell me you know so. I know so! Let's get into it.
First blood already! No one takes out Crit. AUI seems to be horribly wrong. He's very not confident in that answer as well. My goodness. But yeah, we have quite the draft here from both sides as game 2 is now upon us. P-Vision 1 game away from making the grand finals. Will the nerves kick in?
Well, if AUI thought a big part of the last game's problem was that they lost 4 bounty runes, well, let's switch it up for First Blood and 3 bounty runes. I don't know if that's really an improvement over the previous experience.
Yeah.
The ultimate result of this should once again be that no one will be pretty happy in the mid lane. This time, no Satyr to bother him, at least for now. He will be playing the Beastmaster against Pangolier, a pretty easy matchup for Beastmaster in the first few levels. Then when Pango starts being able to kill boars, this could get a little more interesting.
Paano mag-take na rush?
This early start should be good.
This is the real story of the game, of course. They banned his Monkey King, they banned his Spark. What will he pick? The half-horse, half-man, amazing Centaur is picked for 9 class.
And of course, now that we're 1 minute and 27 seconds into the game, it's time to start thinking about the card.
Papunta, papunta.
What that's going to do for this game.
I've never seen
Ready mo na yung slot mo, G.
He's a cart destroyer now. What can you do?
And also, how is he going to climb trees as Centaur? That is another question that remains to be... We need to find an answer for.
The old Stampede, you can traverse through terrain, but no more. Now you're just a slow horse. But he has that fashion, so he doesn't really need boots. We're not seeing the Counter-Strike facet ever taken.
No.
Which is really sad. There's no one in that mid lane. 8-4 right now versus the 8-1 on Valorant, so relatively easy to start things out.
And kaya tayo Siege.
I think perhaps no one
bigyan lang tayo vision ni Ewi.
advantage in terms of the potential for a gank.
Bibigyan kita ng vision din, G. Snipe mo lang. Eto.
But conversely, I suppose Hoodwink could make a similar move, but maybe a little bit more dangerous to leave the Underlord alone against Snap Terribly. Quite a strong lane, a lot of damage, and a lot of it from far away. Underlord likes when heroes are up close and personal and can trade back.
Up. Ready.
The upper hand there, for sure.
Yeah, well, we're looking at 3 Helm of the Dominator purchases for P-Vision. The mid lane, the Beastmaster for no one, DM Enigma, and the support Centaur will also be playing Helm of the Dom.
I think there is a world where no one doesn't buy it. I would say the mid-beasts have been, out of the traditional Helm buyers, mid-beastmaster probably has the lowest frequency.
Ito.
Yeah, you just axe rush with treads, and if you go the Dom first, perhaps your ramp up is too slow for what you want to accomplish. It's also a big part of the justification for Helm of the Dominator on a lot
nice one.
of the farming side. It's just exceptionally quick.
Ay, tara. Ingat ha, baka maano tayo. Talanan tayo. Tara, end na natin.
This game, this was very common carry from 6 months ago. It's kind of dropped off for whatever reason, but he is one of the best in the world at this.
Likod niya lang ako.
Going against a Mars Underlord. I mean, does Falcons have enough to contest against the likes of
That's why this pick is so good in my opinion. Hang on, we'll see if he dies first.
But
Then we
Swag
can talk
into
about why it's good.
Firestorm. How strong is Cinderen's curse? Not strong enough, it seems.
Ang ina. Yung NS tumakbo eh.
So looking at the big picture in this game, what I really like about this is you're playing against Dragon Knight. He's going to go so all the physical damage you have a lot of armor. So he's all physical. You're almost dead.
Nice, clean game. Very good.
Cinderen's curse is just delayed like his brain, but in the end, very strong indeed.
Si Monkey ba napatay niya?
Securing a bounty run from him. I mean,
Oh,
like,
pero si Ewing nakapatay because tapos.
Ah, nice, nice. Laking tulong ng Orchid, di siya natakbo, no?
In terms of damage itself, it's mostly physical, like you said, which the armor is really going to help.
Clear lang niya yung wave pool.
Somewhat double-edged, but it's a matchup that Terrorblade has always enjoyed, the one against Dragon.
Norin na ba natin? Di tayo nakanood kanina.
Metamorphosis form, you're going to buy the right items. You have inherently exceptionally high armor, and Dragon Knight will struggle to
Pahingayin ko lang yan. Tayo ko lang Dota ko.
Pango's all physical. Underlord, yes, it's nice to have the auras against TB, but at the same time, the value of Firestorm against that hero also isn't the absolute best. He doesn't have as much HP as certain other carriers.
Underlord.
But it was
Nalala ko si Crystallis nag-Underlord.
to at least get on the
Natalo
board in
sila.
this lane. Not something I would have expected, to be honest. Underlord Hoodwink, not necessarily a killer lane against these two, but they made it work.
Mid lane's still pretty close. As we're getting close to that 6-minute power rune, we'll see if the supports end up coming about. As you can see 9 class on that Centaur. Close by, snaking. Getting some vision ahead of time. 9 class still level 2, has the hoof stomp double edge. As Malorine already using the swashbuckle. We'll see if they force the issue. No one with the primal roar available. Shield crash used as well. As bottom, looks like Amar's the one in trouble. Satanic has the Metamorphosis activated, and this is 3 members of P-Vision gonna bring Amar down. No one gets
Nice
off the roar
roar.
just in time, but there's not gonna be any backup to try to go on top of Malorine. Instead, the Rolling Thunder will be completely free to rain right on top of no one's corpse.
You'll also get the rune as an added benefit. This was a really nice timed rotation from the side of Falcons. Nothing comes for free though with Amar dying, but probably happy to get the rune and get their Pango on the board first here. Considering, in spite of that kill, no one is still 500 ahead of the Pango. Kind of crazy when you think about it. 19 denies on the Beastmaster as well, putting on a clinic in the mid lane. Now the invasion.
Yeah, this is pretty important. 9 class really needs these levels. No one comes and takes most of the creeps with the wild axes. The Snake King taking over a boar for some extra vision here. And this is a 7-minute move.
Contest and get this wisdom. This will be a level 3 Centaur minute 7.
Yes, he is hurting big time. 5
They're
seconds
gonna try.
until it comes. Snake King onto the high ground. Will get the vision needed. 9 class absolutely cannot stand here. He's going to get bushwhacked. Gets off the hoof stomp, but dies shortly after. So Snake King takes the shrine, and Amar gets the other. So something the Falcons desperately need as they try to stay alive in this series.
This is one of those big differences. We're probably going to be talking about it more as this game progresses. Having 9 class off of those slippery heroes and onto a Centaur opens up new avenues for Falcons that they didn't have in the previous game, and that other teams haven't really found versus P-Vision in previous series either. He's always been slippery and hard to deal with.
Yep, we got the hoof stomp with the help from the Cookie. Little Shredder doing some work as well. Amar trying to get away, but the blocks are too strong. But the TVs are coming for Falcons. Looks like this will break things up as Amar gets away with just a little bit of HP.
Mission
They
failed.
do spot it, so it's up, wasting a TP in the end.
Dragon form popped up top. This is a very strong timing for any Dragon Knight carry lineup. Level 6 together with Chen, a classic pairing of heroes. We've seen this for 15 years.
Roar from no one, Arcane Rune taken afterwards as Crit slowed
Should
to
be
a high
okay.
degree, and you will be getting away with the Scurry.
This tower's gone up top. No surprises there.
Indeed.
Much better start for Falcons to this game than the previous one. Still, the writing on the wall is more than likely, should this game go the distance, than P-Vision's lineup with Enigma, Terrorblade, and Beastmaster insane in the late game, and you don't have solutions once again for the BKB Black Holes. The best tool you'll have is a Pango Basher and then hope for the best, but You don't really want to get there if you can avoid it. Of course, Kezu did predict a 38-minute victory for Falcons.
Yeah, very specific.
Naive as always, and questionable takes, but we'll let him.
Yeah, he's on home turf right now, so gotta give him the benefit of the doubt.
Ano yun? Sorry.
As no one is working on
mid
the
daw.
ags that you were talking about.
Mid tsaka, ay, Beastmaster tsaka Pango.
Oh, not bad, not bad.
Can we get some cheers for Bratwurst? I think that was surprisingly close. I didn't
not
thought
like
that,
food?
I
Food
thought that was going to be way more lopsided than that. Maybe they felt a little bit bad, but they really wanted to cheer louder for that.
Maybe they're full from that last series.
Nah, I'm good.
Support center.
Early 1K lead for the Falcons side. DM now level 6 in that black hole. And Skeeter. Blink Dagger is going to be the first item for him, and it's actually really close. Looks like they want to really push the envelope. Try to get ultra aggressive to start this game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see when Falcons truly kick it into gear here with this early defusal and Chen working on drum. Perhaps that is when you're trying to collapse. You're also 100 gold away from DK's Blink. Classic build here from Skitter on the carry DK, even in phases when other teams were playing carry Dragon Knight more greedy with an early farming item. Skitter was generally leaning on this dagger and trying to take map control, and it really plays into the overall read that we have on Falcons as a team, which is they utilize Skitter a lot more aggressively rather than as a true position 1 in many of their games. However, in this one, maybe DK has to get really big. I'm not sure if Pango and Underlord can really output enough down the stretch.
Yeah, I have to say, the Underlord, I mean, not that this is an Underlord carry, but it is Amar playing the Underlord, so it feels like it will end up being an Underlord carry. It has been a bit underwhelming, but they will get that tier 1 tower. And this is the Blink Dagger reveal for Skeeter, right on top of DM. Sharpshooter from Crit is coming, and that is a lot of damage to withstand. DM will take a tumble as a result. Hand of God to be able to try to keep himself alive, Snake King, but the kisses are too strong. So some sort of a trade for P-Vision, but definitely favoring Falcons this time around.
Yep, another tower and a core for support trade.
Defusal online for Malrine as well, so.
Yep. If only someone had told you that 2 minutes ago when it was even more impressive.
I mentioned the Blink Dagger, you didn't listen as well, so that is tied.
All right, it's a draw for now.
Keep it up.
I think you're just...
I didn't want to say anything because it's the upper bracket finals of TI, and it seemed kind of dumb to bring it up in the middle of something so prestigious.
Kind of weird that you did that, actually.
Yeah.
Here they come into smoke.
Smoke.
Looking for the wrap.
Malrine.
They'll find it.
Dragon Tail. This is a big pickoff if they can get it. And the cookie's not going to be enough as Malrine just completely destroys him. And now the tier 1 tower to follow. So that is 3 tier 1s already dead at the 12-minute mark. Falcons looking good.
Yeah, they're going to keep this pace up. This is what they need to do with their lineup. A strategy that they're very familiar with playing, so this should just be full-on autopilot almost. Not as in P-Vision can't respond, but rather Falcons know what to do. P-Vision have to come up with the solutions. 9 class found again. Level 5 just cracked, minute 12.
Yeah,
This is a totally different 9 class than in the last many games we've seen.
Kawawa
For
nga si 9
comparison,
class.
both supports on Falcon's side sitting on level 7.
Support.
So he is not offering much. Far away from that
Centaur
calm,
5?
far away from Stampede. A little bit of a dead hero in the game right now, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's
P-Vision
quite.
are almost playing 4v5.
But once he gets that cart.
Or
let's look ahead
nawawa.
at that.
Di man lang maka-ult eh.
If 9 class gets cart, they're gonna win. Because
Bagay
that's
nakuha
the
rin
game
kasi
went
parehong
long
ano.
enough that they didn't
Parehong
need it
XP
anyway.
shrine.
Very true.
13 minutes, 3K lead.
I mean, even if Falcons end up losing this game, this is something that other teams will be looking at.
Oh,
be able to ban both the Slark and the Monkey King as Satanic. Bushwhacked in, but you can see the TP's coming for P-Vision. Sharpshooter does a lot of damage, but it's not quite enough. Sunder onto his own illusion to stay alive, but the Rolling Thunder, Malrine is there with the rest of Falcons nearby to finish the job. They get Ducalis as well as Satanic. Big kills as 9
Nako, may
class
9
is
class pa.
basically a creep at this stage. 4K lead for Falcons.
Uh-oh. Well, Kezu with the 38-minute prediction, maybe very conservative. I feel like this could just be a 25-minute. Let's hold our horses. This is definitely looking great for Falcons, though. It's I found that in this tournament, a lot of the time it's very difficult to predict game length. Even based on, let's say you take a snapshot now and you're like, okay, you would probably have an idea about 6 months ago with where this game is oftentimes headed, and then you get surprised time and time again. But without question, this is about as good of a start as Falcons could have hoped for. They're also going to get both Wisdoms perhaps here. If they get both, this is so bad for Centaur. He's going to stay level 5.
My God.
He's about to get 6 from 1 creep, but we're talking minute 14.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. Do not pick Centaur supporting your pubs. Holy jeez. There it is. Stampede finally available for the horse. As the cheer, the crowd goes wild for that.
Yeah, 2 people happy about that. Good for you guys. Let's see him put it to good use.
I mean, is this the latest level 6 in the tournament, potentially?
I don't think so, but it might be the latest on a position 4. I think it's the latest we've cast.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes 5s just have a terrible game where they get run over in lane and they don't really recover.
I mean, he's position 7 in this game, it feels like, so far. We'll see if he can catch up, though.
Wow, not even 6.
No, we skipped a level there.
Okay.
He's still going for the Helm of Dominator. I mean, that certainly is a way
what are
to
you going to do when you have Crown and Helm of Iron Will? You're going to change your build?
Yeah, true. He's already committed
They're
quite a while ago.
At this point. Although it would be cool to see him say screw it and go armlet. That would be, honestly, that would be one of the least surprising players to do it with a 9 class.
Yeah, if only he was playing the Terrorblade in this case.
Yeah, he's going to get jumped by Skeeter.
Yes, he will. Waiting for the Stampede, but the Dragon Tail comes first. 9 class. He will be using the Stampede. They're going to try to turn this right around with the Black Hole available, but the Fiend's Gate comes out.
Whoa, nice. Ngayon ko lang nakita yung Black Hole. Sa Twitch ka ba nanonood, Wi? Sa YouTube ako. Ikaw ba, Wi?
Perfectly safe, so the position 7 Centaur taken out in
may delay sa YouTube ah. Pero a few seconds lang, siguro mga 10 to 15. Kaya nakita ni Ewi mo na yan, Black Hole.
So a lot of opportunity. Nice Midnight Pulse instantly there from DM to stop the bushwhack. Nice little detail. Enigma obviously having that reliable counterplay to Hoodwink. And if nothing else,
paano naka-counter nung... okay. Tanggal puno yung ano. Midnight Pulse.
This is gonna cost them. Here comes the Zoo.
Yeah, no Black Hole, no Mortimers. That means Roche for free for Falcons. I mean, how do they scale into the late game if P-Vision is able to somehow defend, like from the Falcons' perspective? Because this is obviously a very good early game lineup.
I mean, Pango can be deceptive and can be a true late game powerhouse. The problem is just his matchups, right? It's not that their lineup in itself can't play late game well, but you're playing into Roar, you're playing into Black Hole, and you're playing into a hard-hitting ranged carry. So 3 things that are generally tough for Pango, and I mean, shouldn't come as a surprise. You first face this hero, of course it's going to get counterpicked at this level.
9 class.
But once again, Falcons' goal, if you ask them before the game when they want, how long they want this game to be, it's probably around the 40-minute mark that they're hoping to win. For P-Vision, they'll probably just tell you the longer the better. Dom now up for 9 class. Let's see him find a creep.
Will it be a Centaur? That's an Ogre. That is a Satyr. Okay. Not what we were hoping for, of course.
This is probably the most pitiful farming speed you've seen from 9 class. He's standing there, killing a Satyr Mindstealer. It took him about 15 seconds to kill a medium creep without retaliate.
And Dakalis can be found by Malrine. Completely drained of mana and an easy pickoff as a result. Aghanim Scepter not too far away from Malrine. It's going to be an extremely good timing as Skeeter applying pressure to the tier 2 bot. This looks like another free objective for Falcons.
And the big fundamental difference between game number 1 and this one is that this time around, P-Vision are unable to force Falcons to defend. That's the #1 biggest difference. Sure, you could also say they won the lanes, but all these things are compounding where P-Vision have games where the lanes don't go perfectly, they get their DOMs and they stall. This time, not happening. Because they only had the Enigma one for so long, and it's not enough against Chen's army and all the clear that Falcons have. So now they are the ones forcing you back, and P-Vision a lot less comfortable in that playstyle, and they don't have their 9 class scouts to give them moments of opportunity. No slippery ward placing hero, no invisible hero, nothing like that.
Rolling Thunder finds another target. First whack right on top. Fiend's Gate is close by. No one does get up the Primal Roar there, and there's the Stampede from the Centaurs. Now the Metamorphosis pop by Satanic. Can they try to turn this around? A big reflection comes out. Malrine and company looks like they're going to back away for the time being. That is still a big cooldown. Expended. As 9 class spotted. DM is nearby, and Skeeter won't pursue any further.
Yep, not quite enough for that Orchid, but an interesting pickup nonetheless. Probably the dream scenario for him is finding Enigma and getting the silence off, or of course the Terrorblade post Manta. Not going to be the easiest, but still. Another tempo item, if you will, right? Going Blink Orchid on DK, you can't really play much faster than that. It's telling a clear story about what Falcons are trying to do, whereas P-Vision just, once again, buying that time.
Yeah,
Enigma's itemization also playing into that with the early Crimson.
Was quite a good delay from P-Vision, cutting out some of the time of this Aegis is now they scan out, but the TP looks to be successful. Malrine, no Basher. Only 200 away from that Ags. And only 2 minutes left on the Aegis. I mean, when they picked up this Aegis, how many buildings do you think that they were expecting to take?
I think they were hoping to take at least 2 tier 2s. But
still in the realm of possibility. The 20-minute mark is close as well, so we'll likely use this advantage to be able to take the Tormentor.
And they would love to get the Chen one in this game. You just want stronger and bigger creeps. The Hoodwink already bought her own, so it's between the Chen. I guess Pango is also okay, but once again, not the most obvious value game, given that there's 2 BKB piercing abilities.
Yeah. 9 class has to use the Stampede, but he gets Dragon-tailed. Cookie to follow. And the Orchid used from Skeeter, attempting the TP. Bushwhack will connect. This will be the death of the Centaur. And we can see on the Tormentor side, Amar will be going to town. And it will be snaking, so Ancients at his disposal.
The Ripper's Lash on Chen with 12 skeletons is just something else.
Yeah.
It's
and
crazy.
looks like they will get that second tier 2 as the Aegis 40 seconds away.
DM thinking about this Wisdom. Let's see if Amar calls the bluff here. I think he's a little bit uncertain about whether he can get away with it, but okay, well, with DM TPing out, this plays itself. We're going to have the 1-for-1 trade.
You'd say that, yeah. You were correct. Good job.
I do indeed say that. Thank you for listening.
Well, 9 class going for a Blink Dagger next, so actually not anything too crazy. I was expecting some big switch-ups here from the position for Centaur. Still obviously a ways away. I mean, he went for a full Hoof Stomp double edge build, so his farm is completely dependent on just double edging creeps and using the Helm of the Dom.
I mean, there is surely no other build this game than Blink Axe, right? No joke. What else are you really buying here? Your Enigma is buying the auras that you need. Your job is to try to save people that get Dragon-tailed. Most likely later in the game. Be there for your Terrorblade, drive him into the fight, and let him attack freely. However, when you're playing support Centaur and you go Ags, you don't have those tankiness items. So when you run in on it as a workhorse, you might just get killed almost instantly. So that's a little bit tricky. I do think it is the path that he is bound to take. Can also drive in the Enigma for a nice black hole.
Oh yeah,
that's fun. But right now, I think the Axe is a complete pipe dream. He's 5,000 gold away from having that and Dagger, which means he would have to almost triple his net worth.
Almost there.
So yeah, give him another 30 minutes. Might be there. And what's shaping up to be another one-sided affair, but this time the complete flip from game 1. Falcons have definitely figured something out about P-Vision's playstyle in that first game. And should this go to a game 3, that's when it would get really interesting if P-Vision can bring something new to the table and counter the counter.
That's right. Pick an even weirder position 4. That's the goal if we get to that point.
Spectre 4.
Hell yeah.
For 9 class.
Let's hear it for Spectre, everybody.
Most random thing.
Skeeter blinks to the high ground, gets roared for his trouble, but you can see the Fiend's Gate of Amar on the way, so this will be the death of Ducalis at the very least. And no one already exiting the premises. Did require a few TPs from Falcons, but they secure the kill.
Yeah. P-Vision just, I was going to say they seem a little lost, but they really don't. They're just very... It's very deliberate the way in which they're playing the map. It's all stalling tactics, but they can't really take any initiative for the foreseeable future. And playing Dota like that at this level, it's exceptionally difficult. Like, you can try to play keep away as long as you want, but eventually you're playing against a team that has a blink stun hero, you have a global hero in the Fiend's Gate, and the Hoodwink crit in this tournament has been insane on this. They're gonna find you eventually. Or they just go high ground.
High ground onto the helm of the Dominator, destroyed. Satanic and company are nearby to get rid of these skellies, though. I mean, that is one thing, is P-Vision have very good high ground defense, and they can kill creeps extremely quickly. I mean, no one just alone could do that. Obviously wasn't even needed for that.
Yep.
As he's getting close to a Blink Dagger for himself now.
Galing na stalling tactics.
About 1,200 from the BKB on the Enigma.
Yeah. You would imagine Pango. Oh, Malrine, he saw him.
Yes, he did. Crit will be coming in from the south as well. And DM, you are super dead, my friend. Quite tanky with that Crimson Guard, but okay. He's going to attempt the TP. Very ambitious indeed.
That's very optimistic. Good effort, as you like to say. But not quite enough to get out of there. And yeah, with the BKB, surely Malrine will go Basher after Blink, right? I don't think this is a game. You could consider Linkens against the Beastmaster and the Sunder, but I don't think it's necessary. I think you'd much rather play your tempo and try to dictate the fights. Having that way of stopping Black Hole be very nice and valuable, and of course...
That is a huge pickup.
Oh, yeah.
Global Root. God, what a cool axe. This thing is so sick on the Underlord. Just needs a Gleipnir, of course. That's the pub mentality. We'll not be going for that, of course. Zamar with just a ridiculous amount of Zoo creeps nearby. Smoke from P-Vision. Roche is now up.
Feels like it's been a long time since we've seen an Underlord as top net worth in a game when it's not the carry.
That's fair, yeah.
Extremely farmed in this game. Just full space all the time.
Zamar finds Bottom. Pit of Malice, Satanic, trying to run away, cuts down some trees as his entire zoo is chasing him. He will be able to get out for the time being. The rest of Falcons relatively close. They will likely try to take this next Roche. Relatively shortly, it is in the top area at the moment.
Oh, yun lang ano niya. Yun lang Roche.
Another 4 minutes.
Kaso, lambot niya.
Be able to take it.
Get Blade Mill, wala eh.
They are grouping up now.
And this is a great hero against P-Vision's playstyle as well. When you think about how they stall their games and what they do to get to that late game, Fiend's Gate has to be one of the best abilities. You send a mega tanky hero to take out the trash in a side lane, and he can always connect to a possible team fight if needed. And now with that root, as you mentioned, it's going to be even better. Nice reaction there from No One.
Trying to bait them in, but it does feel like P-Vision might just give this Aegis up potentially. DM is very far to the north. As even Kiss is being used to scout things out. As Falcons still not feeling confident to be able to take Roche.
They want to find a pick instead.
Against the Enigma.
Skitter's just going to run in.
Yes, he is. Malrine, he gets Malefice to start things out. And they're going to be able to get the silence on this Enigma DM. Stampede. He is all alone right now. See if he goes for a Black Hole play. Probably not, as Malrine finally gets the connection. It takes such a long time. It's even the creep helping out with the Congregations of the Deep, and the Swashbuckle finishes the job. So 45 seconds, not having to worry about DM. Technically does have buyback, but at this stage of the game, unlikely to see it. Now Falcons do have to worry a bit about this bot lane if you go for Roche. As he is still angry, it seems. Snaking halfway to an Aghanim Scepter, by the way. This is such a cool Ags.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
We've seen it once before in this tournament.
Yep.
Be able to channel it, be able to give it magic resist. As the Aegis will go to Skeeter.
For any Warcraft 3 fans, this Ags reminds me a lot of Shadowhunter's Ultimate in that game, where you yourself make all units around yourself invulnerable. It's obviously not to that level, but the concept is the same. You have this relatively fragile hero that just becomes the center of the fight. And yeah, curious to see if Sneyking gets there, if that will be a very noticeable difference, but yeah, making all allied units debuff immune with 60% magic resist. Kinda crazy for 6 seconds.
Trying to cut the wave was DM, not successful. Skeeter leading the way, has the Bloodthorn now and the Aegis. Roche banner placed, and this is where P-Vision have to make some serious decisions on their defense.
Nice Mantha
Nice
dodge.
Mantha for Satanic. Dragontail completely dodged. As the Rolling Thunder comes in right on top of Satanic with a roar used on Malrine. The Force Touch going to keep it safe. It's a double black hole with the Mortimers from above. Do they have the damage? The BKBs mitigate most of it though. And now P-Vision on the retreat. Big swashbuckler coming in from Malrine with the shield crash to follow. No one is dead just outside his base. Satanic drops as well along with DM. That is 4 dead for P-Vision. Only 2 buybacks available. A full team wipe. Falcons lose nothing. They still have Aegis for 3.5, and these buildings will absolutely melt.
It's a completely similar fashion to game 1, just for the other team. P-Vision, they don't have the damage. They're getting a 2-hero black hole, they're getting the roar off, they're using Snap Ult, Terrorblade meta, and Falcons just shrug it off.
And they're going to go straight for the Magas.
And they just don't care.
Likely the final fortification of the game. These creeps do not give a shit about that though. As the buyback comes out from no one. Of course, there's no black hole once DM is back up and running. Another 100 seconds away. This is surely going to be mega creeps. And indeed, 30 minutes in the game. Falcons with megas.
Di pa in-end.
And there it is, the Chen Axe, ready to make a big difference. After the game is basically won. For the side of Falcons, can do a little bit of a celebratory dance in the end if he wants to, as now the items just come raining in. Full Shiva's guard for Amar.
Can
DK almost has
P-Vision
Lincolns.
Can P-Vision hold on for 8 more minutes so Kezu can be correct? Will it happen? Big smoke though.
20 seconds.
This would be a dive back for no one. He pops the BKB, trying to retreat, gets off the primal roar. Looks like he's fine, although Malrine has something to say about it. There's the heart from 9class. Huge play from him using nothing. Nobody's in the cart. No one. He dies right outside of the cart. Truly unfortunate for the position 7 Centaur. 2 dead for P-Vision, and now Falcons looking to end the game. Satanic calls GG, and that's going to mean game 3 on the way.
And 9class is going to be upset with that last fight. He followed the team's instructions and said, put no one in the cart. And that's exactly what he did. Wasn't able to reach anybody. And they're laughing.
That was good, actually.
Not quite sure why they're having such a good time after. But I mean, if nothing else, you can have a little bit of a laugh at it. 9class looking at his monitor, dreaming of playing Dota. But in this game, he got played a little bit of, I don't know what to call that.
That was something.
Farmhand simulator. He was running around all game, finally got his Ags and lost immediately.
Yes, that was... I am a huge Centaur fan. That was hard to watch, I'm not going to lie. But at the very least, we get to see a game number 3.
I think everybody's happy with that, including some P-Vision fans, because why wouldn't you want to see your team play more games on the main stage? But this game, maybe you want to put it out of your mind a little bit sooner rather than later. But we're still going to break it down because a lot of things happen in this game. Effie, how did you experience this unusual game of Dota 2?
Unusual game of Dota 2. I want to say that I was expecting a little bit more out of that support Centaur because it looked cool in the draft, right? You think it's an offlaner, all of a sudden, here comes Enigma. Oh no, what did they do about it? Turns out they didn't have to do anything. Centaur handled himself.
Yeah, there was just so many problems that started happening, right? Like Falcons between the series, probably talk about what do they want to do, like have the DK, play fast through your safe lane, like try to abuse what's happening. Because this early Centaur, like 9class, he didn't find that much success. Yeah, he's pulling some waves. He did go into the safe lane and like catch one kill, but from start to finish, this was Falcons like setting up everything. Taking the Wisdom Shrines, going mid, getting the first kill, going for the runes. Even here, this is 13-minute mark. They're at like a tier 2 already this early on in the game.
I mean, Falcons identified that you do not want P-Vision to set themselves up on the map, right? And of course, when you shut down the Enigma, right, you take his tier 1 tower. You put, of course, the Centaur, we could talk about it a lot, but moving to the support role, he had what, Wind Lace, also trying to buy a Dominator. Like when they don't have the Dominators, when they don't have this way to skip waves, prolong the game, find that smoke, get the team fight, then P-Vision, they look human. And I think Falcons in the second game, they identified how to break them. Play quick, break the map, force the objectives before P-Vision does anything on the map themselves.
For me too, it's also a lot about Amar. Like Amar is impressing me not only with his gameplay, but we need to remember, he's the one pressing the buttons, right? He's coming into TI, captaining, drafting, he's giving himself these 24 last picks.
Hard carry.
He is destroying these games. Yesterday on the Huskar, just here
Nice.
on the Underlord, perfect lane, perfect itemization, and it works really well against this map play. You can go somewhere. Don't worry about
No
this.
problem.
I can come to you. Immediately they turn the fights around. Yeah, those
Ooh, interesting.
Also,
Ah,
Crit
okay.
and his Hoodwink was everywhere. But who I really want to shout out is Malrine because he came back swinging in this game.
Kailangan mag-Yules.
We didn't see much out of him. He was shut down on lane. They really heavily focused on that
Kailangan mo rin ng
He didn't get
Orchid
much
Week.
out of his
Well,
initiations.
dito kay Sky
This time
mamaya.
around, it feels like they thought, okay, they want to shut down
Well, may
Malrine,
GS
they
ako,
want to
pero
take away Blink Dagger heroes. Let's just play Tango. That
It's okay,
hero
sure
can
na
be
natin.
active from the very start of the game, and that's what happened. They brought the supportsman. They were able
Kaya nga,
to
kahit
kill
ma-third
no
item
one
mo
on that
pala.
Beastmaster with the first Rolling Thunder. He then goes to the Wisdom Shrine and Crit
After
on
mo
his
sa
Hoodwink,
Blink
of course.
BKB.
Everywhere. He's wherever you need him to be. There's a reason why this is his most played hero.
Yeah, he's absolutely just destroying any game that you give him this hero. You've got to be careful, sure. Maybe it's not good enough to ban, but then you play against it, it's good enough to beat you, so you've got to make the choice.
Yeah, we
I
saw
think
the combo
yung build mo dito, yes, and Widen. Dami nilang status.
I think we're going to see this combo a lot more because the kill potential was so strong.
Ikaw lang yung makunat sa atin eh.
The way that Skidder played it as well, like he wants to be more aggressive to play with the Hoodwink. Other DKs, be it from the carry role, they'll still
Baka-skip mo na lang pala yung Orchid, ako na lang bahala sa silence.
I want to be with you, I want to play that aggressive game.
Yeah, and they got the chance to play the aggressive game after
Ano yun? May na-mic mo?
No, absolutely, because from the lanes, you know, they always do this. Like Falcons,
Kezo.
when good stuff happens for them, they're always able to
Tapos
take
kanina, nakita mo yung
the
si ano?
levels of how this happens.
Nakita si ano?
First
Si
rotation,
Freddy
is
Mercury.
boom, the crit hook,
Si ano,
snaking on the gen, you lose game one, doesn't matter. What's most important here, no one dies, which means that he respawns naturally. He's gonna want to TP mid tier 1. So what's
Di na siya ini-invite as talent eh.
your mid cannot rotate
Sa
over.
TA lang. Pero nag-touch sa ibang ano.
Contesting this Wisdom Shrine. So this
Ibang
Blink Dagger
tournament.
was for Center, who's already struggling, doesn't get his first Wisdom Shrine. And the thing also, I didn't really want to do, but at minute 14, the same thing happened. They're too far behind. Lose their secondary Wisdom Shrine, so Falcons, textbook.
Yeah, they had a good game set after game number 1, and especially after the draft, that we needed them to play crisp and maybe a little bit fast. T-Gov, you had a lot of emphasis on especially Falcons just to shape up.
And that's exactly what they did, right? Based off the clips that Telu showed, when we fast forward, right, they look towards the Roshan. Look at the time, right? 16 minutes, 27 seconds to take the Roshan. Less than a minute later, they're hitting the bottom tier 2, utilizing the 10, utilizing the aggression of Skid and the natural playstyle he wants to make. Fast forward another 30 seconds, now Baron Reigns on the other side of the map with the Underlord TPing and applying more pressure to Satanic. The fact that within a minute and a half window, Roshan was taken, tier 2 was taken, Satanic was pressured. That is
Okay,
exactly
double
what we
melee.
And I wonder, when you look at what Fusion did within this draft, they kind of baited the Centaur pick, made them use offlane so they could get an Enigma and catch them off guard. What did the Enigma do for them in that game? He got his tower taken very early on. He was behind on farm, and he ended up buying Aura.
Lagay po itong sunod.
Guard, but his team ended up just playing
Yata ako abot.
whack-a-mole, hiding around the map, trying to get farm where they could. They couldn't fight off of that Aura, and they got nothing out of that Enigma pick. It just overcomplicated their draft.
It very much overcomplicated their draft. And in an episode of Please Don't Try This at Home, we're going to look at Burge explaining that Centaur a little bit more.
Thanks, Cheever. Number 1 Centaur support hater is right here, and I'm going to tell you guys exactly why. 9 class, overcooked.
Pulling.
Kind of thought that if I get Helm of the Dominator, I can make any support work, which is true, but you got to get the Helm of the Dominator first, and that is basically what we're going to watch not happen. He did a great job pulling creeps. He did block the small camp the first time he did that pull. The second time, though, the camp respawns, so Stinking gets to fight him every time. And what's happening is this hero does not have good armor. He's got 0 armor. It's somewhere below 1. That means that any damage that he's taking is way more than a regular hero. Most heroes have like 3 to 4 armor. That means they're going to resist like 15 to 20% of damage. So that means all the tangos that he's using are worse because that regen that you get then doesn't get blocked. It doesn't block very much damage afterwards. It basically just makes his life kind of bad. He pretty much can't contest the lane because when he actually fights heroes, the amount of damage he's taking from just a creep and a hero ends up being way more than he's dealing back. So he just can't actually fight. So he basically has to leave the lane. Here's the first time he did something good. It was 5 minutes into the game. He stacked the camp, he pulled some weight, that was okay. But this is the first really good thing that he did, which was a gank. This one was solid. This nice gap close. He's a fast hero. He went the horsepower facet, so he can stay ahead of his opponents. but that was pretty much the only bright spot. We saw a little bit of this earlier, but look what's actually attacking him here. It's just 2 creeps. There's like 1 right click, 1 points in 1 spell, and he died. It's so simple to kill this hero. 7 minutes in, he's level 3. He's again like, well, there was one thing that worked. It was this bot gank. So he tried to get a kill on Amar. He's blocking him, but Amar's now more level, and he has more items. So Amar actually kind of just survived this one. Satanic didn't have Metamorphosis either, so one downside. And now he's thinking, okay, I need to get this Helm of the Dominator, so he's going to start farming creeps. And he does finally have an armor item, which is great, but unfortunately, he didn't get the Chip Vest. Chip Vest has given him some ability to farm. And he wasn't going to put points into return because he kind of needs spells that deal damage, otherwise he isn't a good hero. He doesn't actually like get kills, which is a downside. So he got a little unlucky in the neutral, but this build is still ass, so don't think that that was really going to change anything. And then while he's pushing on the top lane, Skitter, who's 75% through his Dragon form, is like, oh, I can kill this guy that's in front of my tower. So he actually just hurt himself even more, giving Skitter this free kill. So this build was bad. We will not see this again.
You realize he said this build was bad.
Silent running.
That means Centaur and support with a different build. It's horrible.
Don't try this at home.
Yan, nag-blink yan. Kaya yan. Nice one. Pa. Okay na. Good enough.
Last game, his monkey king goes mid minute 3, kills enemy mid laner. This time around, he can do that in the support.
No, you're right. Unfortunately. I do like a little bit of experimentation, and why not in the main stage? It's upper bracket after all. We're going to see, of course, what happens in game number 3. Before we get there, though, we're going to see another submission for the short film contest. This one is Icy Silence.
Nice one. Clean. Tara, silence yan. Nice one, wait. Ano, naka-blink ka na kagad ah.
Every leap, every crack in the stone where invisible hands
Tara, may GS na ako. Gusto mo i-go to.
Mamaya na, boy.
Discipline sharpens instinct.
GS up ah. The tornado. Nice dodge.
A silence only the wind could understand. But even in that quiet, allies found me. I did not choose this path, but I walked it to the end. And when the moment comes, my hands do not tremble. Now, I walk alone, so innocence never follows in my footsteps.
It is fantastic, and I can't wait to see what's coming out on top. Who's coming out on top? Who's coming out on top to be there tomorrow? Falcons, and I will not lie, both
At least save si G. Hindi naka-mana void si AM.
what's gonna happen next? Because we've seen the strengths. What's it gonna come down to?
I think it'll come down to which team has that entry point after the winning stage to playing the map and taking over. In that game 1, it did end up being P-Vision, but only after a while.
Shit naman.
In this game 2, it didn't really exist in the same way, but it's going to be the same story. Wave shove, Helm of Dominators, getting creeps out, and looking for that first
It's also a lot about like the emotional side. Like
No
in
GS,
this game, like both teams are 1-1. You're going into game 3, upper bracket finals. What are they talking about? Yesterday we heard that both of them like praised their coaches. You know, AY 2000 gave a speech mid-series. Whenever you hear P-Vision, they talk about what does he say in between the game. How do they go into the next game with what emotions? What is your plan? How are you gonna go against that? Are you gonna try to have another central forward?
Hey.
What is your plan? going to next game for me, it's not about the
Reward.
I kind of want to simplify
Abang dyan
to
ka.
the point where so far in the playoffs, 9class has played Monkey King and Slot. The first time he plays a different hero, they lose in like 20 odd minutes. So if I was Falcons
those two?
against Heroic, it was Monkey King. Against XG, it was Slot, Monkey King. Game 1 Falcons, Monkey King. All of them dominant, match breaking everything.
Wow, tangin, parang tekis ah.
When they're both banned out, again, like I said, so I feel like if you're Falcons, trade those bans. Even if you're on first pick and you only have 3 bans available, ban both of them. Just get rid of them. You can maybe first pick the Monkey King, and then only ban Slark, ban 2 different heroes. But in my head, get rid of those 2 heroes, and then 9class is a very different player.
Maybe that is exactly where the teams have said. When we saw the
Gusto niya go to.
both games, it has been exactly the
Bigyan niya
same.
lang.
Falcons really wants that second pick to make sure they have 4 bans to deal with the squad. To delve with the squad they did, that means they have impacted 1-1. Vision and Falcons will emerge victorious and will secure top 2, which for both teams, Kazu, would be immense.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, especially when you remember there is some people that have barely any experience at all, like getting, like already just
Keep it up.
getting top 3, it's like, it's very rare, it's like really
Blade Mill. OG. Nice. Nice.
Honestly, Estini walked into that booth with a big smile on his face. He doesn't seem to be too discouraged, so they may have just acknowledged it as a draft blunder. I don't think that 9class was calling for this for Centaur. I think they were probably cooked it and decided and didn't talk about it. But the point of the Centaur wasn't high innocent. They wanted to give them a false security on Centaur that they weren't going to be dealing with an Enigma, and they did the swapperoo at the very end. It didn't work. Just go into game 3-0.
Keep your but.
You can only get away with that once.
Dami dito.
And I'm sure that Falcons is on a tier where
Sige lang. Ah, hindi ko na deny.
When last year, every time teams were talking about Falcons, it was always about the
Buti hindi siya nakarod.
from the players. I feel like we're seeing that back in Vision now, maybe even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking...
Yes.
I'll be honest. Back to you, Shiva.
Ibigyan.
If you asked a question,
Your
I was
bottom
nodding, and
tower
I was
is
staring
under
at
attack.
Skidder with prayer hands.
He's been doing that.
Yeah, and he was like really focused, and I just was fixated on Skidder, and I'll be honest, I'm not even trying to hide it. I have no idea what you asked me.
Oh, that's fine. I wasn't really there to answer the question. I was posing a topic because the hero flexes have been very strong. I also do think that some heroes just have been flexed because a lot of
Sadly, it was a coach, let's be honest. I think Estini's the type of coach that is
Sana.
in the moment he might have an idea, and his players trust him so much that no matter what, they're going to go with it. And it feels like that's the stuff where Ollie going you know what?
Takbo ka, G.
I suggested an idea,
Ayaw kami.
it didn't work, it's on me. Don't worry, players. Let me fix your game 3. That's probably why they are still in good spirits after that game too. That was a good enough answer for you, Rashid.
I think that was good enough. And obviously that is also good, like going into the game, you want to take this pressure when you could also see, like on the camera.
Blade Mill, putang ina kiras. Seryoso.
He's very young, but in my opinion, they're very confident players. No one himself, Satanic,
Ma-blink dito, blink dito.
They know what's up for this game 3. I'm honestly expecting just a close game. Because game 1 and 2, very one-sided affair.
What I did learn from that game too, though, was that Mallory, he just picked that Pango and showed them his stuff. Like, typically the way we've seen Mallory play is 2 heroes, right? Urshiker or Sand King. He'll do a lot of farming, he'll be fine on the lane, go into the triangle, get his Blink Dagger off of stacks, and then make his few rotations. Without the need for Blink Dagger on a hero like Pangolier, he was able to do that a lot earlier, and it took away from all of the pressure that P-Vision were building on him in the series. It seems like they talked about the mid lane and how they want to address it. And I just want to talk about the interview we heard from Tidebound a few days ago, where NTS said that he thinks Falcons is the strongest team because their mid laner always hits the tempo. And maybe that's the read every other team has. They need to shut down Malreen's heroes. But Pango is back on the menu now.
Yeah, and I mean, in game 1 they succeeded, right? They had the swap with the Monkey King, with the Oracle against the Shaker, they shut him down. Game 2, of course, not the same story. That didn't happen. So if you're going into the next game, you likely want to repeat what happened in game 1. Try to shut down Malreen.
Push natin to.
Well, we're going to see exactly what they're going to make happen. It is the final game in this best of 3 series, P-Vision versus Falcons. Let's see what they got.
P-Vision versus Team Falcons. Game 3.
Alrighty then, we got P-Vision on Radiant, we got Falcons Fire, and we did switch up the where we do have P-Vision having overall last pick, Falcons first pick, only 2 bans to their name, so we might see things changed up a little bit. The Mars still banned, just like the Chen here as well.
Yeah, key thing as well, Falcons had the priority and they actually chose Dire, which then gave P-Vision the ability to take second pick. So the way in which you want to utilize 4 bans, Falcons don't care, but as I said before, if they are to be first pick, ban Slark, entertain the idea of taking the Monkey on first pick, and then you can also solve that problem that I suggested.
TP out top. Buang ko to. Wow! Putang ina. Nice. Atas ka na dyan, G. Magagang ka dyan.
By banning Mars, you take away this
Dito na tayo.
We saw her without a Mars, and that game 1 didn't look as good. And by banning the Hoodwink, the DK becomes less strong as well.
And that's gonna open up some other heroes too, because we're still gonna... It is Falcons, they will try to find replacements. So with Hoodwink out, Snapfire maybe with different combos is still in, you've got the Sand King, maybe you look for more like Brimstone's priority should be going up in this draft too.
And the fact that you were talking about banning like a quad to protect the Monkey, they don't want to put themselves in that first hit Monkey, so they ban it as well. 2 bans, 1 9 class, take the Maureen Sand King. Honestly, I couldn't ask for like a better start to a game 3 draft.
With quickness.
We've seen a lot of teams do things like they'll pick SF and try to win on lane versus it, but for SF to work versus Sangking, you also need to be able to invade the stacks early on, and they go back to the
Ready.
A lot of respect on the Carlos Oracle. I would imagine that he's going to be the one playing it. Now the question is, Oracle, how much effort do you want to put into counter? Because I feel like when there's an Oracle in the game, I mean, that's great, no, but it option you save. Do you need something to specifically counter a save?
See him, kill him. That's pretty much the 2 factors. So with the killing aspect, you have the Sand King. Now you need to find him. There needs to be another hero to locate the Oracle, and it cannot be the only hero. So I think Sand King is set for it. You have 4 heroes jump into the field.
Yeah, and 1 jump hero is not enough. They had 1 jump hero in Shaker versus Oracle in that game 1. It was not enough.
Nice one.
Oracle as a hero gives himself 3 magic resistance. He puts the base on himself. He gets solo up.
Nice jump quick.
You want people that go in for you because you will need to protect the Oracle. What we're talking about, you want backline jump, you want to see the heroes. You know, your Centaurs, Night Stalkers, they're going to go in, and if you cannot protect the Oracle, if you don't have people in front of you, a front line, you're through.
They banned the 9 class pudge, which is really funny. They're just taking out all of his flavor.
Tier 2. Rush.
We haven't seen it yet since TI, but it's good to remember it.
I know it also seemed like no one played a little bit, but I also there was like a couple days in a row where 9 class every day he just played this post for a month.
Una.
Sige, nakashield ka. Baka na.
One hope to see a lane.
Another option for P-Vision to go down if you want to get 9 class kind of crazy heroes. He's already played Zeus so far in the tournament. Get some of that vision, so Sand King's not hiding in the Sandstorm, and on top of that, it could lane well with, let's say, like a Centaur, a fight hero. Now you have Oracle protected by the Sandstorm. The aggression Centaur lane, I think it's a pretty cool combination.
Either Sayoe or CG. Yeah, bad. Tier 2.
And there is not a single normal hero in like the 9 class grid.
That's normal enough.
Normal actually.
He's a normal guy. I do want to defend 9 class a little bit. A lot of people think if you take away his cheese heroes, he doesn't play well, but before he even developed his Slark cheese, he was really good on heroes like Willow and Batrider. Like, he was a standard 4 player.
Okay, tatabi, may shaker.
He just leaned so far into it that we've kind of lost the...
Yeah, we've lost him.
Yeah, we've lost him for a bit. In a game or two time, especially when Steven are banning out those shots, we are to see him return to the...
It's sometimes a bit annoying to pick your 5 into clock, like a lot of the partners you don't really want to play into this hero. So snaking, what is like looking for? Generally, I would say there's a
Panoorin niyo yung Tekis ha, tatalon to eh.
exactly how this matchup goes at the moment in the meta with clock against Tench in the lane, but it doesn't fit that
with quickness.
We've got a normal hero once again, Snapfire. I feel like
I make my
we've said it
move.
before, this is one of the few series where the bans in terms of crit bans have not been, or support bans with
Yung Shaker.
Pugna potentially as well, have not been very dominant, but we do this game at least see both the Hooping and the Chen ban, so maybe the Pugna will still come out in this one as well.
The only problem with it is it's not perfectly answering the Oracle as of yet. Whilst we stun him, yes, it's good damage, but outside of that, if Oracle's free-casting his spells, then Snapfire, Mortimer Kisses, he's not really applying too much to the fight, as Oracle will mitigate a lot of it.
May kang magandang target, G. Sabihin mo lang.
it is nice, at least Oracle early on. It's one
Ito, good target yan.
of
Pag
this
na...
hero.
Up, atras. Go.
Someone else could go. You're not destroying like
Force. Sayang BKB. Yeah. Hindi sila nagko-commit. Ano lang. Yan, tama yan. G, frontline. Ewi, frontline. Salin mo lang yung galit nila. Oops. Gilang. Force stop niyan. Yan, very good. Okay, go. Go. Buhay mo, Jay. Buhay ba Tekis natin?
Wala rin ang buhay.
Sige.
People might be calling for an anti-mage right now, but you can't really anti-mage to counter a storm because Phoenix is off-lane.
Get refresher na ako.
I think for them, they're more looking at some type of fever. I had a different hero in mind also, because I think you can look for P-Vision right now. They're very magical. So you should look for an offlaner that you like the builds, and early pipe would also be super cool. And at the same time, Falcons. Otherwise, I think that they could go for this secret carry. I can't
Well, there it is again, the Tango. Now there is flex for both sides. We can see the Sand King in the hands of Kumar. We can see the Tango in hands of Kumar. They can just pick and choose whichever one they want.
We're asking for ways to provide vision for the Sand King to jump to get to the Oracle. Again, lacking in game 1. Pangolier is one of the best heroes at providing vision. You just roll throughout the fight. There's no Beastmaster Raw. Sure, there's like a hook shot and Hogs that might be able to, punish the Raw a bit, but yeah, Oracle. If this position,
Talong ka sa akin dito.
plenty here is fine.
Ay, silent.
I mean, Satanic has ultimate last pick off of him. He would be able to decide then. So before it's one Falcons to decide what they're looking for.
Ay, tara. Go high ground.
Just be enough, right? Go to Abaddon carries the Falcons. Spell the fire eventually walk you down the line to punish the storm threat. As long as you don't feed to the Phoenix and provide tempo through the clock and Phoenix, the game will be very playable for Falcons.
I think it's important that P-Vision's carry pick is also fine left alone on the lane. You know, the Kunkka style of hero, where if your supports leave you, you'll be okay. Because the way that they beat Falcon's strategy of farm triangle and get that lane was running around that mid lane. With the Oracle, you're going to have vision
paakit ka para may vision si Reggie. Bigyan mo lang siya vision.
And clockwork, the mid lane very early on. So Satanic's heroes cannot be dependent on support.
Plus, TP bot.
Also good if Falcons can look for something similar to this one. You want to free up your edge to leave. So through the mid lane and do something similar that you don't have to do. Support natural snap.
Nice. Very good.
Honestly, really good go. Like, and kind of overtakes those heroes.
P-Vision have last pick in the draft. There's a lot of carrying that
Nice. Ay na, nag-solo. Okay, push natin. Actually, rush na lang. Tayong tatlo. Kaya.
Keep it simple. Shove the wave. You can still die. Step up a little bit too far. You're in front of your down and they go.
Ako na lang yan, Aegis.
Reds, pre. Reds tanggalin mo. Aegis.
And what it does for you in teamfights as the game goes on. Like 3 hits to kill a healing ward is really hard.
Pangolier is gonna have to fight Ghost after this game. I think he's gonna be a big target trying to omnicide.
Farm lang konti. Kailangan ko ng 400 gold lang para sa double. Para magulat ko sila.
And last bit Juggernaut, in regards to stuns from P-Vision, what you've got. Hook shot to the vortex. It stuns all their friends really.
I really like it.
It's still strong.
This juggling in my opinion is really cool. There's very few players who would have called for this pick. It's quite good against the enemy team. The healing ward also that we talked about, very strong. We've got the Oracle. I feel like we're in for the most even game that we've seen in this game.
I just hope the game goes late. Really like epic moments, like Omni slashing a gyrocopter, then crit coming in, like gobbling up the gyrocopter, then saving. Like this game needs to go a long way.
I believe in the
Okay, up na reflect ko. Sabihin niyo lang.
It's also dependent on the offlane going very well. Like this Phoenix needs to hit its timings early on, and they play around it and they make it so that people are looking away from the Juggernaut while he's hitting those timings. I also
Iyan naman yung ilo mo, Yarp.
Go! So yun. Sige, may isa pa ako.
Guys, they have to fight each other. Like, if you're just gonna run around with farm and dodge,
Nice.
you're
Kahit lang, kahit lang.
So you have to fight back, you have to turn it into a long game, and well, you have
Atras
to
ka, G.
defend your ground.
Medyo wala kang Aegis G ah.
Moment, of course, in the Barclays Arena as well. And speaking of in the Barclays Arena, in the middle of it right now, Sir actually slacks with his Stevie.
Oh, I got more than a
No,
Stevie,
ano,
my friend. We are here with two of the greatest
kahit lang.
minds in Dota 2, and one of them will be going to the grand finals after this game. Now, before we began, we talked together, and both of you agreed, 0 Helm of the Dominators this game. Now, you said you'd do it. Shake hands and promise. The first team to buy a helm, everyone will boo them. Shake hands and make do on the promise. No helms. No helms. Yes!
100 seconds.
All right, fantastic. Let's get onto it, my friend. Now, you guys, by the way, favorite team at the internet. You guys absolutely
Naka-BKB, ano naman tayo?
Team Falcons in the first game. Made them look like foul clowns. You're coming out again in a very aggressive Phoenix pick into that team. How confident are you?
Every team's banning the hero for one reason,
Oops.
and they're gonna find a
Okay.
reason.
Okay, there we go. My favorite team in the world at this event.
Okay, may turn ako. Pwede lang kayo.
Look like absolute clowns in game 2. But in this game, will we be seeing the same result? I hope so. Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's get that handshake. Somebody's gotta go to the final. Gentlemen, put it in.
Kaya lang.
Let's get this game started.
Huwag muna, huwag muna.
Game 3 has arrived as 9 Class playing the clockwork this
Kaya
time
lang, kaya lang.
finds his way in the middle of 3 enemy heroes as Falcons will be getting first blood and Malrine will be the one to secure it. That is maybe the best possible scenario for Falcons.
Yeah, it
Who
seems
gets
like
the first blood?
depending on the perspective,
Ha, tangina. BKB atras. Pusi.
getting better from game to game. First they lost all bounties, and they got 3 bounties in first blood. This time they got 2 bounties and then this time around, not starting off as a deficit is a good sign for them. I agree with what a lot of the panel talked about here. I think
Nice
this is a
play
very
week.
different game in nature to some of the previous ones we've seen. The main overlap, if I could pick one, is probably on the Enchantress, even though she wasn't picked in any of the two prior games. It's a little bit more than Zero style. Chip was very first phase, he was just making him play it. But fortunately, he can go for his next. He has one of the most ridiculous records in Dota. It's not number one, but I think that's the second longest win streak out of any player-hero combination.
Right.
I believe earlier this year, his 20-win streak on Edge was broken in a game. I think it was around the 20 mark. It was kind of incredible. So he is without a doubt.
Perfect game. Oh, 0-0.
To the table though, this Juggernaut hasn't played very much. They're putting 9class on the clock right now, so they were like, all right, now you're actually playing a normal position for this game. And he will start boots, something he didn't do last game on the Centaur. He went for Workhorse and tried to play his way around.
And ongoing na,
So it is
sakto.
a lot easier to pull those waves and to navigate that off lane when you're playing in a deficit. So hopefully for him he can find some more impact. Yeah, he'll advise to fight Snapfire. I'm very interested.
Yeah.
Getting in there.
Crit will be able to play this. I believe the second time this series, played in game 1 if I'm not mistaken. His 9class is going to be stealing some creeps. He's going to be taking heavy damage though from Crit.
Oh, he lost the range creep. That's not ideal on this
They're
creep.
going to lose that one overall. As Snake King now going to get Blade Furied upon by Satanic. We'll pop the Fairy Fire. Snake King going to continue to heal thanks to those Nature's Attendants. Amar will oversee operations.
Yep.
Does survive.
He also killed the healing ward, so nice little bonus. I believe you did say that.
I did not, but thanks for covering your bases.
I was being generous. Oh, Malrine. What seems to be the tradition of this main stage has been Sand Kings have to miss certain stuns. It's a tax we have added to the game.
Yeah, how does this matchup typically go?
I mean, I feel like Sand King can draw against any hero. If you play it like Malrine does, you're just cutting waves if necessary. In the good
Umuso rin
matches,
bigla tong Sand King mid,
you
no?
attack the enemy hero once they're blinded, they can't really trade with you very well. And this is no different. Of course, he has a little bit of an unfair advantage from the first blood, which you know, if this is played in a vacuum, maybe Storm can pull out a
Sino?
slight advantage, but I don't think it should ever be more than like 60-40.
Ah, bagay.
So, no one doing what he can to put that pressure.
Yep, 15-4 versus the 15-0, so no denies from Malrine, but still very, very, very close in this mid lane. Ducalis again playing the Oracle with, it looks like Satanic actually went for the Blade Storm facet. I'm not sure what I've seen the other one more often in the very few games that we have seen as 9class gets gone on by Crit and killed off in his own cogs. That is a bit unexpected, but I guess it was just a matter of time as he was continuing to steal those creeps.
Level 2 Snapfire is really hard to pull waves against. When you go the skill build, when you go to 0-1-1, you have so much damage. The cookie is always going to connect, because in order to pull the wave, you have to make them trail behind you, so you're never going to miss. It's just very easy for Crit here. Some nice bowling from 9class there, a little bit of mana burn coming out.
Yep.
But overall...
Enjoys his bowling. We'll see if he's as effective as he was game 1. Of course, playing a different hero in all 3 games now. We'll see how far Snake King can get this game. Like you talked about, not only just that winning streak, but this is a position, well, typically it's a position 4 that will just get right-click items, like a Dragon Lance, Hurricane Pike, and then that's when they certainly start to hurt.
There's a world here where you go a lot of auras. You can go Solar Crest Pipe.
Crit, a bit of trouble, but the Rocket Barrage doing massive damage from Skeeter onto both DM and 9class. He has to dive away. This is something you do have to worry about if you're the P-Vision side. So DM, we have not seen him on the Phoenix so far this series. We have seen a decent amount of this hero, though, as an offlaner. Has felt pretty strong. Now, you are going against the little shredder of Crit, but it does feel like as the cookie is going to hit with the Rocket Barrage to follow, DM has no dive. This is a kill going the way of Skeeter. Nothing 9class can do here. But it does feel like these Phoenixes get enough levels as a core that the little shredder only has slight impact in the game.
Hindi ko na-realize, jag pala kaya rin nila.
Very much contextual. I think in this game, between Little Shredder and Gyro with BKB, you definitely have
Pangontra kay, ano, Gyro.
taking down the egg. I was wondering what DM was going to do with that helm, because he was
Parang ang dami rin talo ni Jag nitong tournament.
the helm of the Dominator instead of potentially going Veil. Yeah, not too surprising.
Promise broken, it seems, yeah.
Well, Astini, in his defense, he was already out on the stage, and when you've left the player booth, you can no longer talk to the players.
That's true.
So they might not know that there was this.
Yeah, maybe if they check their voicemail, they'll see a message. Very important, but
check in PC.
No one now level 6 along with Malrine. Are you expecting a slower start to this game, or like how does the Juggernaut play? Like you go for a farming item, and at what point do you join the fights?
It varies a lot from game to game. I think it's a hard question to answer. Whoa, hang on. Oh, surprise. Storm got away. I don't know why I got excited.
Yep.
I think it's a hard question to answer about Jug because a lot of how this hero plays very much comes down to how other lanes go. I think it's one of the less obvious carries. Because in my experience, it's small margins that you're making your moves on. Some other carries are just way more overwhelming level 6, and it's just obvious you want to go through the gate and put pressure, or others are way more passive where you're clearly staying in your lane and going jungle. Jug is a little bit of both, where if there's a good opportunity, you can play around it, but I think a lot of that comes down to how good DM's game is going to be. You want to rotate to a Phoenix that's ready to fight.
Some trouble.
There we go.
No one shows up. The Cookie. The Cogs actually on the outside. He gets hit by another one. A big dive coming in from DM, and they will clean up Skeeter as 9 class one more right click, so there is a trade of sorts, but Malrine actually actually walked up here, I believe.
Late to the party.
Yeah, a little bit too late to find a connection. No one is relatively low on mana, though.
Oh, can Crit get this?
He's going to try to go for the 7-minute
There's no way he just walks past and gets this, right?
9 class makes his way close by as
he's
Crit,
not going to get it.
Yeah, will have to back away now. In fact, might die for his troubles.
This
is a level 4 versus a level 2. No one does have mana to zip up if needed, and he'll do just that. So Crit will be brought down. A good attempt from him. Tries to deny himself onto the creeps. Not going to happen. So
that would actually have worked if he wasn't slowed by the fire spirits on his attack speed.
Yeah, that's true.
Couldn't get the swing in.
Kind of looked like a replay of the last game where 9 class had to give up the Wisdom Shrine, and he was like level 2 at that point, I believe.
Yeah. This is a better start for him.
Yeah, for sure.
He's going for the Tranquil Boots here on the Clockwork, so he will have plenty of resources to trade with. Has the Infused Raindrops as well to a little bit more staying power. No one.
Yeah, getting some damage. Nice Cogs, forcing Crit back so the Cookie does nothing.
Cogs.
Fate's Edict applied to no one.
Reed did get the rune though.
I mean, that is one benefit is the Juggernaut. I mean, he has Blade Fury for the BKB essentially. Fate's Edict maybe for the Storm Spirit this game, but might have to buy it anyway at some point.
Malrine is bullying down here. Really trying to put on that pressure. I say Malrine, of course it is Amar.
Yep, same thing.
Easy to get them confused as they play all the same heroes.
This is true, and that is the true power of Falcons. They've taken advantage of this time and time again. TP mid lane, though. Good pressure applied to the tier 1 from Falcons. They'll have to back away now. Say that. Of course, Malrine has that facet. It allows him to blind towers by hitting them. Very powerful for pushing. I do wonder if that is going to be changed in the future. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't see why this needs to blind towers.
Wow, that was a shriek.
Yep.
Okay.
Gets his level 6 now on DM. Maybe that's why he's happy. It's like, I am online. Nice stack here for no one to build upon. But similar to the previous game, you mentioned it, 9 class had a tough game on that Centaur and was low level. This isn't much better. He just cracked level 4 minute 9. It's going to take a while before he really gets there.
This, I don't know, it does feel a lot different than he's Clockwork.
This time he has a hero that's more traditionally good at playing from a slight disadvantage than Centaur is. And he also did get some experience there from the stack and the D ward, so it all adds up and helps getting there.
Oh, DM. Shredder doing work against
him. He has to egg here if he wants to live, probably.
Most likely will have to. TP's coming, though. He'll withstand the damage and be just fine.
Crit will force the reaction. He keeps trailing him with the threat of the Cookie. They bring in Ducalis for protection. But once again, it is Falcons picking up the pace here. Haste, the Cogs!
Gets the haste, beautifully done. No one. Applying so much pressure to Malrine right now, but it looks like 9 class is more worse for wear as the creeps show up along with Snake King and even Skeeter making his way.
Sandstorm's
Space created.
They can't do anything. I thought maybe they would have more damage in the tank, but of course, level 4 Clockwork, I don't know why I got my hopes up. He's got 2 in cogs, so his damage is negligible. You're running in the Enchantress next to him with the heal, no problem.
Yep.
His mid tower will be gone in a moment. That blind lasting for so long.
It's pretty crazy.
How long is that? 5 seconds. Huh.
Tier 1 tower secured for Falcons. 3K lead as they are continuing the pressure overall. Carrying over from this game 2.
Exactly. It's the same recipe. They forced 9-class off of his most obnoxious heroes onto something, a melee 4 without the same playmaking as Monkey King and the Slark, arguably. And they just run them over in the early laning stage. They've taken 2 towers already. All 3 of their cores are happy and farming. And this time around, my biggest concern for P-Vision in this game is how long do you have to wait? In the previous game, they kind of felt like they couldn't fight for 20 minutes and then they lost. In this game, when do you come online? Are you strong enough when, now that Phoenix is level 7 and you have Storm ulti? Can you bring Jug to fights? Because when it comes to just raw team fights, Falcon's lineup is really tough. Pango roll, FP Sandstorm, everything about Gyro, Snapfire has massive AoE damage. And one of the most obnoxious things about snaking on the Ench that we have seen for so many games, not as many this tournament, he's a really good scout on this hero. Just runs out in front, tanks up, becomes the primary target, the enemy team commits so much stuff on him, and then his team just cleans up. So how do you enter a fight correctly will be the big challenge here for P-Vision. This will help.
Damage rune for no one.
That's a big opening potentially.
You can see the lead continuing to expand for Falcon's side. Of course, Satanic doesn't have his Battle Fury yet, and that is when he'll feel a little bit more comfortable in, I mean, I don't know if he even wants to join a fight, but if he has to, he technically could. Snaking.
Gonna put it to the test here. How tanky is he?
9-class will get the slow with the rocket. Won't be able to get him inside the cog. Snaking in a 1 versus 4. He's surviving for now, but not for long. They do get the kill as Malrine finds a bigger target. Epicenter Burrow with the Mortimer. Satanic uses the Blade Fury. He has the healing ward up, but it's not going to be enough. Crit takes him out in the end. That is a huge kill for Falcons, and like you said, it required 4 members of P-Vision to take out the Enchantress in the top, and that's your trade.
And I wonder if Snaking could have maybe played that a little bit better with taking out a cog. Probably not because of Fire Spirits, but they got 2 cog knockbacks, and in spite of that, the kill took like 15 seconds with the 4 of them. That is worrisome.
Yeah, it feels like they don't have a ton of damage yet. Of course, the Storm Spirit is going to be the most of it without Juggernaut showing up. I mean, it does feel like this is maybe a game as Ducalis has a false promise himself. Amar, nice disruptor from no one. Gets off the Electric Vortex just in time, and Amar able to get off his ult in the end as he attempts to get out of dodge. TP, looks like he'll be fine. No hook shot yet.
Natrap pa sa cog yun.
Actually pretty close. That would have been a huge pickup.
I think that would have been a kill a year ago, when I believe cogs placed on top of that roll would interrupt it. Do you remember? You played a lot of Pango. You could interrupt it with like Fissure and cogs.
Was that only a year ago though?
Maybe it was more, but
I feel like that's been
maybe 9-class was hoping it got bugged again in the most recent patch.
Yeah, you never know.
Maybe wishful thinking. Not the case though. This game has no bugs anymore.
That's right. We're out of beta finally.
They fixed them all.
No one has gotten, I think, every single rune. Am I wrong? Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, they haven't converted them.
Yeah, exactly. They haven't been able to do much at all with it. 5K lead for Falcon. Skeeter on the outskirts of the map with his Crystallis in tow. Aghanim Scepter's going to be next. Already about 1,000 into that, so he is having himself a good old time. In fact, all 3 cores for Falcons. Top net worth in the game. But this is where things potentially can change. Satanic finally gets his farming item in the battlefield.
Yeah. I think the way it's going to change is that he will farm faster and everything else will be the same. That counts as a change, then I'll agree.
For him it is.
Yeah, sure. He's like, guys, I got my item. I'm going to continue farming. Good luck.
Would you agree with me in the fact that Satanic is one of those carries as Ducalis getting pursued?
Nothing connecting.
Amar, Fate's Edict applied, but
no
doesn't have false promise, so he is down and out. But Satanic does feel like one of those carries that could get, I mean, dependent on the hero, of course, but feels like he has put his team on his shoulders quite a few times in the past. He's one of those like, old school type carries, it feels like.
He's been one of the most stable players of the tournament. I can't really recall any game where I was like, man, Satanic really dropped the ball in this game. Like, he's had games that are tougher than others. This could be shaping up to be one of them, but it begs the question, how much could you really have done with the hero you were playing? If he was convincing them to pick Jugger and it turns out there was a bad pick, then maybe you could talk about that, but his overall play in the game so far has been quite solid, given the circumstances. As we are looking at that about 5,000 lead for Falcons, worth noting, almost all of it is in supports. There's a very big lead. Ench is 1,200 ahead of the clock, and Snapfire about 2K ahead of the Oracle. So the brunt of the lead is in those supports, which is worth keeping an eye on because there's going to be some extra utility items.
Satanic has to use the Blade Fury. Amar continuing to roll. Will focus on the support first, it seems, as the epicenter reserved for Ducalis as well.
Oh, he's not done yet now,
he actually
maybe.
does get clipped by Amar. Uses his shard as well. Satanic. He's going to get some help in the form of no one, though. Amar maybe overstepping his bounds a little bit too much. Call down, though. Skeeter makes his way over. Amar blocked off now. Gets the hook shot from 9Class as well. Amar looks to be dead. No, he gets chill. He's so much damage applied to his now. No
Barrier.
one will drop as well. The kisses raining from above. Crit. Double kill. 3 for nothing.
Wala palang Omni tong ano.
Somehow lose no one.
And so do P-Vision.
I knew you were going to do that.
That is... Oh, that's the dream fight. This is the dream fight for any hero that can generate barrier, is that you tank all of the damage and then you get a very last second barrier off there. Not only do you survive, but the enemy team used all of their resources trying to kill you. No one depleted his entire mana pool, used hookshot, used egg, and you didn't kill a singular hero. The map is falling apart fast. No one, unfortunately, jumps in and blocks his own camp to add insult to injury here. A little unfortunate there on the timing. Uh-oh.
Just feeling a lot like game 2. Now the question is, do you force the issue with Satanic joining a fight before he gets a second item? Like, can you even afford to do that? Because he has not been in anything. Like, we haven't seen a single Omni Slash.
Well, he was in that fight, and he didn't have enough mana to use both of his spells because he got swashbuckled once.
Well, that's part of the fact that they're the ones getting gone on, right? They're not doing the initiating. They have 9Class with a hook shot. They have Storm Spirit. They have Dive from DM. They have a lot of ways to get on top of Falcons, but they're just not providing the opportunities.
I think you have to play keep away for the foreseeable future. I just don't see it. I don't think... I mean, it's kind of strange to see these 3 games in this series play out, and it feels like the losing team has the same problem every game. Like, damage issues, the inability to pierce through and win the team fights, and then you're playing this keep away that really difficult. Yeah, crit. Okay.
Crit is going to be fine. It seems like some good bowling going on here. Amar, though, not too happy with this exchange as 9Class. Looks like he is going to be the one to ultimately fall, although DM is close by, but just throwing out some fire spirits as Amar gets the killing blow.
This is going to be Ducalis TV for the next 10 minutes. If you want to look at some riveting support gameplay as an observer right now, you follow the Oracle and you notice how close he stays to Jugger. He is going to literally just stand behind him everywhere he goes, because there's no better play.
Go converge.
Okay, he's following Satanic. I've got my eye on it.
Yep. Keep us surprised. They have the stun lock for the Storm. No one
Nice layering.
This
Falcons, 11K lead at 19 minutes.
It's a huge problem here because even if the Oracle conceptually is really powerful at counter-initiating these moves, you have to pick your poison because Storm and Jug can't farm in the same area. Then you're losing on efficiency. So you're kind of, as Oracle, it's one of these damn it if you do, damn it if you don't moment where you protect the Jug, he's not the target, too bad, Storm dies. You protect the Storm, Jug gets jumped, he dies. And there's no obvious way for Ducalis to know where Falcons' move is going to be because they have no vision on the map except around the mid-tier 1 tower and at the bottom, which is not where they're farming. So every move Falcons is making is very untelegraphed for P-Vision.
Problema dito kay Jag, ang baba ng mana pool niya.
This game.
Isang swash lang. Wala na mana.
Man, look at it. They're 2 supports. The combined net worth of Ducalis and 9Class is lower than both enemy supports individually.
Man.
They are so far ahead on the supports. It's crazy.
They're so used to playing with the Monkey King and Slurk. It feels like they don't know how to play Dota anymore. This is pretty crazy state of affairs.
It's honestly, it's a valid concern. If you get so used to a specific playstyle that is hero dependent,
yeah.
9 class can play a lot of heroes really, really well. It's not like it's Monkey King, Slark, or Bust, right? We've seen him have outstanding performances on tons of heroes, but when you play that archetype strategy 8 games in a row, and then you suddenly get thrown out of it, and things don't go according to plan, might take a little bit of warming up. Fortunately for them, of course, this is not an elimination game, so there would be another chance tomorrow if things go wrong. But P-Vision, of course, didn't come here today to lose, and on this game, they're not exactly doing a particularly good job at avoiding that.
Yeah, the shard ended up going
They're not
to
going to get a
snaking.
wisdom either. I mean, the whole map is just on lock, right? You lose the shard, you're losing both wisdoms most likely, and you have taken 1 tower at 21 minutes. Maybe mid will fall here. I'm not sure Falcons really care that much.
No, Malorine seems to.
He could deny
Give them
it.
an inch.
Just deny it to remove more gold.
Yep, he'll do just that. And the question only remains for Falcons is when is the first Roche attempt? I mean, their team is not crazy good at it, but it's okay. I mean, the Enchantress can slow it down. You got the minus armor of Little Shredder, and Pango pretty good as well.
It's not that good at killing it, but it's really good at controlling it.
Yeah.
So if P-Vision do try to access the fight, as long as Ench is tanking, you're not really taking much of a risk. Snaking can kind of tank it forever. So, but not the plan here. They're hoping to find a lone Satanic or no one down here, but not going to be the case. They still get a good ward out. Now, no one might show himself on the next wave, which could be his death, or on the ward below him. He's actually playing pretty much perfectly around Falcon's vision right now, but
he's not farming.
Playing perfectly around the vision means standing still, so it's not very useful for the progression of the game. Satanic somehow is almost top net worth, though. Honestly, really impressive that he's able to find this space on the map.
Feels like he always finds a way.
But it comes at the cost of other heroes, and here is that anticipated Roche. Not really much P-Vision can really do about it. They can scout it with rockets all they want, but I don't think they're going to try to access it.
No. Absolutely not. I don't believe we've seen Egg, correct?
We have.
We have?
We saw the one Supernova when they tried to kill Amar.
Okay. No, we haven't seen Omni Slash.
Okay, you're just going by one spell at a time and hoping you're right?
That's right, 50-50. Aegis goes to Skeeter. How many buildings can they take with this? There's 2 tier 2s remaining, so I assume at the very least they want to do that. But how is their high ground at this stage versus game number 2, where they were able to pretty much take it uncontested?
It's definitely worse. This time you don't have DK Chen, but you can... This is the type of game that could follow the classic Falcons recipe from half a year ago, where you're just constricting the enemy team on the map and winning by 1k GPM. Because I think going high ground very early in this one compared to the previous one would be a mistake. I'm not really concerned about your ability to scale and your ability to win later team fights, but I am worried that if you go high ground too early, you could somehow lose a fight against a Storm buyback, for example, or going a little bit too deep, setting yourself up for Omni Slash. Just unnecessary. Just keep winning the map.
Satanic working his way towards the eventual butterfly. They did spot him here, and you can see the scan now coming out from P-Vision. We'll have to get
smoke
back to
him
base.
to run away.
Yeah, this is the state of affairs for the P-Vision side. No one is actually camping up. They might want to take this fight. I know that maybe Gyro isn't nearby, but he is. Satanic, he's going to show himself. Now we'll attempt to run away. Skeeter's trying to wonder if this is a trap of any sort, but they don't have to worry about like Black Hole, anything like that, as Amara won't find no one who will be able to TP out. So just trying to keep things at bay from the P-Vision side as they push that top lane, which is the last remaining tier 2 tower.
I'm just looking at Skitter's inventory. Okay, there we go. He swapped around. He had a backpack BKB instead of wand.
Oh.
There's some efficiency there being lost. Doesn't matter, though. Okay, maybe they just go for it. I mean, this is...
Ducalis attempted TP. Ooh,
Wow.
does get out.
That
Nice.
Very close.
Okay,
And
is
now
this
the
a
high
siege or not? They could just be pushing in the waves and keeping control. They are posing like they want to force something. And, well, Skitter is a little bit timid, but here we go.
Now, homing missile right now onto Satanic. Sagan himself from Skitter.
Up
They're gonna
chain.
get the sunlight. There's a lot of damage. There's the false promise on the Satanic at the last moment. And that required very little from Falcons.
Yeah, they used a homing missile in a cookie.
That is insane. And now the high ground attempt, they do not have Healing Ward as it's about to run out. They don't have False Promise anymore. As Amar jumping in pretty deep, gets the swashbuckle, able to bounce down to the low ground. Skeeter is getting a little bit low as the Mortimer's Kisses onto 9 class, but the Fate's Edict will be able to mitigate all of the damage. Now BKB online for Malrine, yeah, for now. And that Aegis, I mean, it's still 2 minutes. If we get some Nature's Attendance for Skeeter and maybe have a round 2. But this will buy some time for Satanic to get that butterfly. Does feel like that is certainly not enough.
He needs that and Ags, then maybe.
The Ags does feel, I mean, we saw Chrysalis play it without Ags, which I want to talk to you about because
I feel like that was a mistake in that game, personally.
It feels like Jug is so hard to play without Ags.
I would agree 100% with that. On a pro level, I think it's almost an essential item every single game, but there's always going to be outliers. I don't think that game was the case.
Spotted along with Snake King. This is going to be a good pick-off for P-Vision.
It's something.
They get a kill. Amar, oh, he's going to take an Omni Slash with the
Ooh,
creep.
oy.
Back to Amar.
Malas.
Satanic completely snipes him. RNG gods in favor of P-Vision for that particular
Masaklip
moment,
na eh.
at least.
They did a good.
Let's see how much time this buys. I mean, that's basically the Aegis, 45 seconds. Yep. So P-Vision showing some life in this game 3.
Falcons are in a position where this is not that big of a deal, but...
Epi onto Ducalis, Satanic Blade fearing away, has the butterfly at base.
Even the thing is, even if that's not that big of a deal in terms of the overall progression of the game, just a little bit of a morale boost doesn't hurt. Like, feeling like you can do something in the game successfully has to be nice. You've genuinely made 0 successful moves for like 15 minutes, and you finally find 2 pickoffs and get your Jug to that butterfly. The thing about this game for Jug that's a little bit tricky, though, is if Oracle is not in a good position at all times, and especially if he dies, I think Jug can just get bursted by spells. Even through spin, he can die. There's so much magic damage from the Sand King, there's so much physical damage from the Pango. Kisses are also going to matter, all of it. It adds up. Even though you have 80% magic resist increase, it's still... like, a lot of the times when you see Jug survive in spin, they get away on like a beat stick of health, right? It's not enough here. There is just so damn much output. Now almost a Satanic for Skeeter. Looking to go to the grand finals by killing P-Vision with their carry.
And your puns are on point today.
That's right. I talked to Lacoste earlier. It's that aura. Had a good conversation with him in the green room for about 10 seconds. Then we nodded at each other, and there was that transfer of power that I needed for the day.
Keep it up.
And then he left and never talked to me again.
Yep, that's the Lacoste style. Love the guy.
Shout out to Pyrian Flax.
500 gold away for the Aghanim Scepter on Amar, and then he's going to go for the Ghost Scepter so that he doesn't have to deal with the Omni Slash anymore.
Sneaky talaga ng farming ito niya.
A nullifier at some point will be needed for Satanic, but of course he has bigger fish to fry. He needs this Aghanim Scepter first.
I mean, for what it's worth, P-Vision aren't losing anymore for a bit. They lost by, I want to say, 500 GPM for a 10-minute stretch. It's kind of flatlined now. Storm is going to get his BKB. Jug is going on his way to that Axe. He's already halfway. You're keeping this afloat. And I think if Falcons could look back on the last 5 minutes of this game, they would feel like they slipped up a little bit because they could have maybe kept this lead growing.
Right.
So in relative terms, this is actually a pretty good 5 minutes for P-Vision that I would consider a clear win.
Go nila.
Yes, you are behind, but hope dies last in this game.
Oh, Satanic is spotted. Nice Blade Fury. They're going to continue to pursue, though, as Amar with the Rolling Thunder will eventually catch up. Ducalis is there. Healing ward place. They're gonna get some more TPs potentially. There's the Omni Slash. So on top of Amar, there's a lot of them applied to Amar himself, but that cookie's gonna help him survive. Satanic does get the fall from the blind as no one will try to zip to kill off Amar, but this is not gonna be enough mana. Amar, so much shield, so much lotus, he's gonna be able to heal through it. No, does end up going down to be the cost of the Oracle though is Malrine. Big hook shot from 9Clash, gets 2 stuck in the cogs, 0 follow-up though. Truly unfortunate for P-Vision, but ends up being a 1-for-1. There's no one running out of mana, has to get back to base.
It's another good exchange for P-Vision. Sure, it's not an overwhelming win, but it's, again, something. You just keep it alive. You don't have to win a big fight to come back in this game. If you can get even trades or slight victories here and there, we're approaching the point where Juggernaut can start actually becoming scary. The problem for this hero in a lot of the games that we've seen in the last half a year to a year is you kind of, sometimes your power curve is a little weird. Like you can be good in some lanes, then you enter this stage in the mid game where you're like kind of meh. But when you get to 4, 5, 6 items, this hero can be a complete beast. One of the few carries that can also kill a hero like Ench in a matter of seconds, which could matter here. We've seen so many games where Sneyking ends up winning the game for his team by just soaking up abilities and not dying. Juggernaut, not a problem. He's going to cut through Ench in a few swings with the Axe, which is now complete.
Yeah, Swift
Scotty
Slash
next.
ready. So Malrine has the Ghost Scepter against the Jug. Amar, like we talked about, that's the next item for him. Does Juggernaut have to get, does Satanic have to get the Nullifier, or can the Phoenix actually get it? That could be a potential pickup.
I think the Phoenix one is just too difficult to pull off. Like, you have to be able to be in range for the target that Jug is on. So realistically, he probably needs to get it himself if he sees enough of a problem.
Malrine gonna be able to get the Burrow Strike onto no one, but there's the false promise, keep him alive. And the egg from the low ground, no one will be able to zip away safely.
Oh my god.
Sneyking is destroyed, but now Satanic completely isolated from his team. Burrow Strike now right on top of him with the cooldown of all, but he still had the Blade Fury. That's doing a lot of damage thanks to the fact that his Skeeter getting gone up by no one. He's dead. And now the Sunray healing everybody up to Mortimer, so double Burrow Strike. And now Falcons will be able to win the fight in the end. 4 for 2. It looked pretty good for P-Vision, but they just run out of steam at the end.
Finally, an unpredictable fight. I think neither team really understood the state of the fight. They're just going in there, throwing in everything they had. The key difference maker in this fight is Sneyking separating himself from the gyro, eating the Omni Slash alone and dying. If he does not create distance from Skitter there, he just dies with Satanic ready. He would have had no target to hit. Look at this replay. So first of all, that Rocket Flare going to cancel off some Blink Daggers and the nice save from Bucalis. But keep your eyes now on the Jug. Gets off the Swift Slash, and then this Omni. If Sney does not get over here and end that Omni, Skitter is dead on the spot as well. And the fight is just over. Now instead, Skitter gets to get all of his output through and tanking no one for a good amount of time, giving his teammates additional space that was needed. And the kiss is just beautiful now. Good spacing from Crit, getting a lot of impact out there. And the grand prize will be an Aegis, but this one is not going to go to Skeeter unless they kill it slowly. He's not able to take it. Well, they are definitely killing it slowly. This is Amar out of the pit, so I guess this is deliberately delaying it.
Looks like it.
They want that Aegis on the gyro. And Skitter almost has the Daedalus as well, so big level up for the upcoming fight.
Skeeter will get the goodies. Roche banner as well for Mr. Sneyking.
CEO Gyro arriving, taking the credit for all the team's hard work.
Yep, he dies, they win team fight. Good stuff. Satanic looking for the Scotty next. Do you agree with that? Obviously, a very good item, but it feels like in these stages of the game, this item could make or break their potential for the comeback. So these ones are really important.
I would kind of like a refresher, honestly.
Okay.
I think the problem here is that he's going to throw out his Swift Flash and his ult, and then he's going to struggle to stay in the fight after that.
Kung refresher, wala siyang mana
The
pool.
other one, you talked about the Nullifier. I think that was an interesting idea as well. Scotty is a very nice all-round item, and perhaps the logic is with this, he gets way more value out of Healing Ward, he gets more value out of Sunray, he gets more value out of the Oracle save, because there's just so much more to get through. But being tankier on Jug doesn't necessarily convert to teamfight wins if you can't kill the heroes while you survive.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit worried that Falcons are just going to kite him with multiple Ghost Scepters, with Cookie, Glimmer, Force Staff, he needs a way to connect on heroes, and I don't think you can rely on Storm to constantly zip in and find them for you.
Yeah, I think it's not the fact that the Scotty is bad per se, but it's more about you might not be able to get another item this game. Like the game may end
it's a
with
legit
Falcon's
concern.
lead right now in this Aegis advantage.
Yeah,
now a refresher for Malrine.
He is so decked out. Very strong right now. I think this is part of the reason why the pros have largely strayed away from Juggernaut. It's just itemization is proving to be a challenge in a lot of games. You're looking at it now and you see Satanic is rich and can buy all the stuff in the world, and you still feel like you need your next 2 items, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that you can sit on 23k net worth and still be unhappy, but holding the high ground, hoping that Falcons are going to overstep, but not the case. And even if Gyro were to do so, you have to get through the 2 lives with BKB and Satanic. Tall order. And now they're going to advance, but they're doing it together this time, so Division have given up a bit of ground. Snaking going to lead the charge. A tough kill. Pike, Pipe, and Drums.
Now, one thing to consider is plenty of buybacks right now. For the side of Division. Hook shot right now on the Snaking with a cookie to keep him alive. Satanic's already used the Blade Furies. He is now retreating.
Nope.
9 Class is the first to die. Does have the buyback. See P-Vision want to continue? Likely not, as no one going to push the waves. And he is going for a big ticket item into the Aghanim Scepter, the blue hole as we like to call it, DM.
2 minutes kang walang
Take some
laban
damage,
kada
but we'll
Omni.
get back to base.
That Enchantress situation is the perfect example of just standard snaking.
Satanic. He spotted out the zip in.
Oh,
Gyro takes the
spin,
brunt of the damage to start things out. Roche Banner applied. Only 2 hits away from dying, which would be pretty big. There's a fortification to start things out. No one zips in, gets it, and exits it very successfully. And now the creeps can die, but the tower will fall. Minute 40 on the Aegis. Falcons not having as easy a time going high ground as we saw in game number 2. Satanic extremely scary, has 4k in the bank as well, so very close to his next item.
And no one could buy the full axe if he wants to take the risk and not have buyback, which...
Buyback Storm is so good, though.
It is. The axe could also lead to a big fight, though. You kind of feel like Falcons as heroes a lot of the time are kind of stacking on top of each other. 9 Class.
Oh, that was a Swift Slash, actually. The Ghost Scepter comes out.
Yeah. I've got my eyes on Satanic's itemization. He hasn't changed it yet. You saw the Ench attempt. He doesn't feel like he can Omni-Slash because the kill takes too long. Ench is going to pike away. Maybe you jump over to another hero with Ghost Scepter and then you're just dead.
Yep, Skeeter going to
Really
secure
hard.
the range barracks. Can they get the melee? 45 seconds on the Aegis right now. Homing missile. It will hit. It's going to take considerable damage, but there's a Fate's Edict. Mitigate the rest of the magic damage. Swift Slash. Skeeter. There's the epicenter. Burrow Strike combination from Malrine. Ghost Scepter's not going to help 9 Class. First to fall. No one already popping the BKB. Find some pressure out of the Gyrocopter. 30 seconds on the Aegis. No creeps though, so backdoor protection is here. Do they have enough damage to actually get through this barracks? Finally, it comes to be. And Falcons gets their first barracks of the game.
Outworld Staff is just something else against Jug.
True.
It's such a hard counter. He Swift Slashes Skitter. Skitter presses 1 button and then it ends the Swift Slash or the Omni Slash if there's no secondary target. So as long as Gyro is separated from his teammates, if he can't die in a stun lock, he can always just bait Jug. True. Just waste out one of the abilities. An item that we generally see a lot of pros pick up in a lot of games, and a lot of the time, honestly, it feels like a little bit underwhelming. But against Jug, it's so easy to use correctly. I think part of what makes Outworld Staff interesting is the skill cap of it is very, very high. It's kind of like old Monkey King Mischief, where you're trying to dodge, one attack at the perfect timing or whatever. Well, similar to Mischief in general, I should say. But yeah, against Jug, it's just obvious.
Yeah, having 3 is pretty nice for the Falcons side, have to say. Good RNG on the neutrals.
Refresher Phoenix.
Yes, that is a definite big ticket item. And no one actually opted to finish Parasma instead of going for the blue hole.
Okay. I think the call they made was we don't have enough damage to kill a single hero. We need the damage from Storm.
Yep, Swift Slash actually baits out the Outworld Staff as no one zips in, zips out.
He can't go on anyone. They have too good formation and good spacing here.
That's a lot of damage. Can they get the saves on the Satanic? Gets off the Omni Slash at the last moment. He's isolated for the rest of the team. No one pops BKB on top of Snaking through the first ball. Satanic in a lot of trouble. Blaver, he has the false promise supply. Will attempt to get out. Mortimer's not going to reach him. Malrine super low on HP. For all that, it was a 1-for-1 with a buyback coming out from Ducalis. Satanic back to relatively good HP levels. The zip from no one won't find one support, and Amar gets away safely.
That was such a heads-up play from Malrine, but just not quite enough. He manages to find the angle through the jug and threatening Oracle in the backline at the same time with the Pango. So Ducalis has to ult himself, but Satanic does live through it. That time around, the Scotty made a big difference. I think he might have died with a Nullifier, for example, needed the extra tankiness.
A small little detail, obviously they have the tools to deal with the Omni Slash, but when they grouped up, the cleave is no joke on the Omni Slash. That was a lot of damage coming out from Satanic.
Part of why the Axe on Storm could be interesting too, but I understand no one's perspective of buying the Parasma, because you're kind of struggling to kill a singular target that's isolated, and that's what Falcons is taking advantage of. So if the Storm has that extra bit of output, perhaps you can bring down the first guy and break the fight open.
He's not far away already, so 3,500 gold in the bank. Of course, buyback is a very important thing to hold on to.
If Falcons were to find Ducalis now and kill him, it could end the game to kill the 5. Because I think the only reason P-Vision can defend in the fashion that they are is that there's constantly this false promise on backup for the Jug. Otherwise, you can just pile on him and kill him with everything you have, but they're unable to. Ducalis' buyback being forced there, though, should open up the map. Now you have to play exceptionally carefully as P-Vision. Tormentor will go to Skeeter.
Yeah, that's all 5 shards now for Falcons.
I don't know where I'm at right now with no one, if you should buy out or save buyback. I kind of feel like you have to all in and buy that Ags and hope for the best. Satanic is queuing up MKB in an attempt to try to deal more with the Gyro. Guess you could make a case that Gyro is not your primary target this game and you're trying to break open the fight by killing the other heroes, but again, the problem, the Ghost Scepters, they got 3 of them, and Ench has Outworld Staff. It's not easy out there. It's about to hit level 25 though.
As long as you don't really have a solution to the Outworld Staff at all, because Nullifier's not going to do anything. All you can do is stun lock.
Send an email to Gabe Newell. It's the best solution you have is to try to make a case for it.
I have to say, the Outworld Staff, even though I thought it was going to be a terrible item in this patch, everybody's going for it. It's felt underwhelming, but against Jug,
it's just so good against Jug.
It's just a hard counter.
It's the best hero in the game to have it against. So, unsurprisingly.
That's why he hasn't been picked that much. Now we know.
It adds added to the pile of problems, right? There goes Roche.
Yep, another Roche for Falcons. Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, Roche banner.
Who do you give the shard to? Probably the Pango. Yep.
MKB is what Satanic went for.
And they already have a wave all the way down here, so I think this is just straight up to the high ground. Skitter is going to perfectly line this up with a level 25 as well, get the additional flak cannon attacks, or the cooldown rather.
6 slotted na halos
down
ng
to
Jug.
16-second cooldown.
Hirap pa rin sila.
A lot of pressure about to be put here onto P-Vision. Can they hold? This
Lots
is the
of buybacks available.
Biggest moment of the game. This is such a hard defense.
Oh, the force staff nicely done onto the Gyro Cap. He's in a lot of trouble taking a full Omni Slash. Skeeter able to get the Outworld Staff though, and 9 Class is the first to fall. Big Egg with the Sunray, but Skeeter is being able to heal through this quite easily as Malrine does get stunned by the Egg. And now gets Cookie to the low ground. Falcons A-OK. Force the buyback on the 9 Class. Now they can reset. Roche banner will be cleaned up. There's a damage rune in the bot side of the river. Not sure if they have vision there.
That was egg number 1 and a buyback on Flock. So now both supports, really good targets for Falcons to take down.
And they will spot it. And they will bottle it from Malrine. So likely to wait for the Epicenter to get back. You got the Dazoon Blood right, by the way. Not sure if you mentioned that.
Luckily for you, I did not.
Extra AoE for Malrine. Probably the best tier 4 possible for this hero.
I think in this game it's the second best. I think the best one is Outworld Staff.
Tatanggalin
Yeah,
natin
maybe.
yun.
But
Tonic para sa...
In general, yes. This is the best.
All right, well, no one. Yeah, definitely
Mal
holding on to
blessing.
his money for this buyback, for this eventual push, this next 3 minutes that
1-8 that
Falcons
time.
have to work with.
He got his 25 as well. P-Vision, despite being 27k down, are starting to have a lot of damage, as a matter of fact. So now Jug is almost 6 slotted. The Storm 25 is a massive improvement. You got 2 Supernovas. The main problem is that your supports offer so little. I mean, look at the pitiful net worths in this breakdown. It's kind of unreal just how far behind they are compared to their counterparts. So they don't offer that much. The cores, even with this deficit, I feel like can put up a fight, but can you protect the supports? If they die first, the game might just end. 25
There
as
it
well
is.
on Amar.
There it is. Aghanim Scepter for no one. Blue hole ready to go. He has 2,500 in the bank, so buyback still intact. Skater now. They have the 1 lane. He's going to take the electric vortex. A lot of damage. Actually, he's dead. That's
Slash
life
lang.
number 1. Falcons need to be ready. Rolling Thunder coming. Malrine misses the Burrow Strike. Gets the epicenter off though. Satanic easily to be able to clear. It's a beautiful egg just in time. No one, they kill off the egg. Double kill for Skeeter. And now the pressure applied to Satanic. He gets off and big
Pulls the
on these
damage.
slash. Actually kills off Malrine on the other side of the screen. Somehow.
Oh my god!
Onto 2. And
Blue
somehow
hole.
P-Vision is defending. Snake, he goes down to the blade
Jesus.
for as Amar, the last remaining member of Falcons, will TP
Wow.
out.
Galing.
Some way, somehow, P-Vision defend.
There's your damage.
That bounce on the Omni Slash was absurd. He doesn't have a blink dagger, so I thought for a second that he blinked after Omni Slashing. That
But
was
it's a bounce.
very fortuitous
Goddamn.
for Satanic.
I think seeing that, maybe no one should buy his shard too. Like just full on, jump in, pop everything, just blast them before they can even react. That's scary stuff. I mean, look at this first.
Minano-mano lang yung ano.
So this is without using
Yung-
Swift Flash. It's just attacks. I
Gyro.
think Falcons just did not expect the damage to come out so fast. Malrine is stunning heroes that aren't in the game there.
They did kill off the egg really quickly, but the buyback obviously helping out big time. Look at this jump. Look at this jump. On all
Nice
the
egg.
creeps, they're fortified. That is crazy.
Ooh.
And the blue hole to finish the job.
I will say, though, in this situation, Falcons did actually not use their Outworld staffs all that well. Malrine used it outside of the Omnislash, and then when it came toward him in the end, he had it on cooldown. Trying to use it in anticipation, perhaps, of Satanic going for him, you have to hold it. You have to wait and try to clutch it up. But there's so much to keep track of in these fights. Got to be careful you don't waste it. But what a hold. P-Vision. Now Satanic is going to get that refresher soon. He has the gold for it. Might just synth his Ags first into a blessing. How much is he missing for that and buyback? It can't be more than like 2,000, which sounds like a lot, but really isn't at 48 minutes. It's quick to farm. This
So,
game is...
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a good one now.
This is pretty close, honestly. 16k lead, I think it's largely inconsequential because the 16k lead for the most part is sitting on the supports, and in spite of not having those big items on the supports,
Oh, Hex.
they're still getting
Damn.
their spells off every fight. Ducalis has good positioning, they get off every single hookshot cog combination. 9 class manages to find impact with very little. And now if you're Falcons, do you understand the game state is the other thing. You're playing a lot on feel in these late game scenarios. You probably felt like you had a big lead. Now you lost a fight. What's the read? Is it we need to farm more? We have to get to our next set. We have to get Roche. And conversely for P-Vision, maybe you feel like, okay, we're actually strong enough to fight them head on now. We're going to contest the next Roshan for once.
Who thinks P-Vision is going to go to the grand finals? All right. And how about Falcons?
Marami Falcons.
All right. Slightly Falcons favored, I'd say, in terms of crowd. But I agree, this is, I mean, the buyback for the Phoenix was a very big deal, but the game has slowed down dramatically now.
It feels like you can buy the time for the next buybacks now.
Yes.
Which is the big deal. Because you're looking at this Phoenix, and yes, there's room to grow, but essentially for the key part of this game, DM has everything he needs until the game is over. He has 2 Shivas, 2 refreshers, 2 ultis, and almost level 25. Everything after this, it's nice, but it's not necessary. Having Hex could be cool, but...
Aghanim Scepter is kind of crazy, isn't it?
It's also risky. You saw how quickly they killed the egg.
That's true.
You might not want to pull a Toronto Tokyo. Of course, there was that very famous clip with Nightfall where he basically killed him and lost the game.
That was rough.
That's one of those things that's not easy to bounce back from. But
paano nagbabalance yung items ito ni Juggernaut? May nakapila pa siyang Blink tsaka BKB. Ano yung babawasan niya?
Alright, so looking at Skeeter, I mean, I don't even know what you can do here. You replace your boots, I suppose. He looks like he's going for Manta style. So to try to mitigate a little bit of the Omni Slash.
Generate more targets for Jug.
All right, I know we're not there yet, but I have to ask a question. Tier 5 items, do you keep the Outworld staff? I'm not kidding.
You get Helm of the Undying if you get off.
Well, okay. Well, sure. If you're going to get something completely broken, obviously. Yeah.
Maybe you replace it for Sister Shroud.
Oh, yeah. That's a classic.
I think it's better than some tier 5s in this game. But I would say, let's see. It's depending on the hero, you definitely want to get the Helm of the Undying, I think, on all of them over it.
Yep, of course.
Aside from that, Fallen Sky can effectively perform the same function, right? So that's also a nice replacement. Book of the Dead, more trash for Jug to jump on.
True.
I mean, you laugh, but it's queuing up Manta. That's the only reason.
That is true. Smokes on both sides. Invis for Malrine. Another rune about to come. It will be
Arcane.
No one Arcane. Oh boy, he's going to start this out right off the bat.
Oh, missed hook shot.
Reapplied as well. Will burrow to the high ground. Gets cookied for safety's sake. Now, the roll was actually very deep for Amar, but doesn't look like Falcons want to pursue. They have that mid lane as no one.
He's onto him.
He is. He's getting low on mana right now. There's the epicenter burst by combination. Malrine coming in, get the bash as well. This is enough. There's no one. He zips away, but out of mana. Onto the line. The Mortimer's kisses with the Fate's Edict will heal him.
Uy, grabe.
He is going to be A-okay. Can P-Vision outturn the tide onto Falcons instead?
G, Mike mo.
Running up front, gets the cogs onto Snake King. Bounce left, right, and center. But Bambi gets away safely.
Oh, that was really close for no one. He gets saved by the Fate's Edict. He gets a big Lotus as well, if not 2. That transfusion really helping, but nobody dying in that exchange.
Smash.
With the bash into the Abyssal. The Fate's Edict supply though. Now there's 3 members of P-Vision nearby. He uses the Swift Slash. Satanic still with his ult available. Has the Refresher as well. They're going to back away. This is super tense. And now an Abyssal Blade finished from Malrine. They just want to bash, bash Satanic.
It is so hard for Satanic to use his spells correctly. He's playing into, let's see how it's that, 3 Ghost Scepters, 2 Lotuses, and 3 Outworld Staffs. Like, how do you use your spells reliably unless they're used on a stunned target? The risk-reward.
Yeah, those Lotus Reflects can be brutal.
Now with the Refresh and the Blink, perhaps he can just brute force his way into it.
Roshan, a huge belch that everybody can hear as P-Vision attracted to the sound.
Yeah,
Battle Fury has been backpacked finally. As the Blink Dagger will eventually be a Swift Blink, but obviously wants to keep
trying for the rune here, Satanic.
It is a haste top, so nothing super consequential at this stage of the game.
Mike Magic.
3 gems in the game right now as well.
So it's 2 Abyssals as well on the Dire side. So 2 times the lockdown in attempts to kill Jug.
Nice blink out.
Effectively, their entire itemization is against 1 hero.
That's true. They have Oracle, Cinder. They know the runes.
There's a lot to keep track of.
How dare you forget such a thing?
A lot to keep track of in Pro Dota. Well, you say, how did I forget? It was Jug who went for it.
Yeah, no, I know. That's the ironic part.
How did he forget?
55 minutes in. Smoke from P-Vision.
Ayan na. Yung
They scan out
Falcons
as
na
well,
yung
so they know
umaatras.
Falcons location. Snaking a very good frontliner for a support.
Yep. Feels like an item that we could have seen in this game was Wind Waker.
Yeah, for sure.
There has been 0 of them purchased yet. And I don't think you have to worry all that much about the Oracle Purge, because he's going to backline a lot on Ducalis. It's not easy to get in for the offensive Purge. But nobody's queuing it up.
Nice.
Jump in.
Oh, that's a big Omni Strike with the lot.
What the fuck?
Down goes Skeeter. Finds back, but there's even some play now on the start. They have to bash him again. No one is dead to Malrine now. Amar doing so much work in this fight. They're not going to buy back help. On to Skeeter. Satanic in quite a bit of trouble. Will pop the Blade Fury, getting healed up. We'll be able to get out of dodge as a result. They lose 2, buyback on 1. That was a huge kill on a Skeeter. Obviously has buyback available, but doesn't want to expend it unless he needs to. Can P-Vision try to force a fight? Crit.
Honestly,
we spotted high ground.
I see Vayne's not buying back there. A really tense moment. I feel like a lot of players just insta-click the buyback and take the fight, but stays patient. However,
P-Vision
this would be a big
actually
grab.
get this. Yes. If it's scouted by Falcons, does Skeeter buy back? It's already at half health. They're running out of time here. There's a lot of shit inside Roche.
Yeah.
Mind Class
known to be
giving some vision.
constipated.
Oh yeah, he's big time. He's about to blow. Snaking, gonna get some vision, gonna get his heal off to start things out. Gets the vision back. Satanic gets the Roche. There's still goodies inside as the Epicenter's about to come, I believe. Amar with the rolling thunder. Stuck inside the cup. His DM pops the refresher. 9 Class goes inside the pit. Uses the shard to get out. So in the end, they do get all the goodies from Roche as P-Vision, despite being down and out, it felt like early on. Now, quite possibly might be at an advantage despite being 20k down. Do have to worry about this mid lane though at all times.
Do not believe the graph. It is lying to you. This is
say?
not 84% dire.
Are you
I
kidding?
refuse to
Wow.
believe that there is
Oh,
6
kung
to
may
1
makuha
favorite
silang
in this
Hex
game.
para
This
kay
feels like a
Juggernaut.
50-50 to me.
Man.
That is crazy.
Maybe he has brain lag. A few minutes behind.
15 maybe, 20. Okay, no one is going to get the refresher shard from that Roche, so now this next
Double
fight,
blue
the
hole.
amount of artillery that P-Vision have is insane. It could become a little bit problematic here for Falcons to defend their primary targets at this point. When the damage is getting this crazy, you don't have a hardcore, reliable save like the Oracle, Shadow Demon, you know, something like this. You've got a cookie, which is nice and all.
Snaking,
But the
naka-Q
damage
na
is
ng
going to be
Hex.
quick, and this makes it even worse. Perfect rune for
Kailangan na nila
Satanic
yun.
now.
Oh my god.
The amp damage. You've got to look for trouble here, surely. You've got 3 minutes on the Aegis, the double damage in your bottle.
Holy jeez.
You just need to see anyone and jump them with a stun, and they just die in the blink of an eye.
Satanic running out of slots. Has the bottle, of course, that he will use soon enough. MKB or Manta will take its place. Still going for, I actually changes Abyssal to a Moon Shard.
Binenta na yung Fury. Okay.
Uh-oh, DM. Okay. No bash. That could have gone spicy.
Yeah,
Has the
DM.
travels 2 now, so he can deal with bottom and still connect to an eventual fight. And Juggernaut seems like a pretty safe travels 2 target in this game. He has not been burst really a single time. With the protection that they have from the Oracle, it's difficult for Falcons to pierce.
Final tier 2
Okay.
of the, well actually no, there's a tier 2 top still, despite Falcons having the lane advantage right now.
They're spilling out bottom. And then TPing back. A strategic move like we've never seen before.
Unbelievable. We are 30 seconds away. I've been waiting the entire main event for this, Cinderin. The tier 5s are coming. Can we get some tier 5 cheers in the crowd?
Who loves Sister Shroud? Okay, good.
All right, very,
All right.
very educated crowd
That's
here.
all I wanted to hear. That's great.
Synderen will not be happy with that until it is literally deleted. I know you.
That's the thing about Dota players, though. Everybody hates or dislikes something.
Skeeter,
the game has everything.
Midas, kaya ano?
Skeeter buys the Midas so he can get a guaranteed neutral.
Okay, pang panigurado.
But fortunately, we love way more. Isn't that right, Shannon?
That's right.
We love the cart.
Oh, man. Let's
And
talk
the
about
love,
Centaur
the
cart
love
right
is
now.
bigger than anything you would dislike.
Grab ally and the cart.
Yep,
man.
that's right.
Neither of those heroes in this game, of course.
That doesn't matter.
All right, how many Helm of the Undyings are we going to see?
Oh, yeah. That's honestly, that might be the story of this late game. It's so good for both teams. Shockingly, yes, it is good.
Oh, my
But
God.
against Jug.
Satanic gets Helm.
Yeah, but what do you
He's
pick,
thinking about it.
Oh,
he goes for
Stygian.
Stygian.
Okay, all in.
Very, very confident young man.
Cast range.
Stygian is a lot of damage.
It is.
It is a lot. Unrelenting Eye.
Ah, interesting.
Sky,
Fallen
okay.
Sky for DM.
So more status resist for every enemy hero within 600 units, just trying to not get comboed, I suppose, on the Storm.
Yeah, I think Unrelenting Eye is definitely an underrated tier 5. It doesn't sound all that sexy, but it's gotta be good. It's just Helm of the Undying, though. It's super crazy.
Okay, who can craft? Ench, Gyro, Sand King. Okay, all 5 of them on Falcons have crafts ready.
Do they keep the Outworld staff? Another Stygian. So Skeeter
Malrine
and
as well.
Malrine go Stygian.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Amar cannot choose. He cannot choose the Helm. We see the book on Snap. Helm
There's
of the
the
Undying
first
on
Helm.
Ench.
All right.
Arguably maybe the least impactful one they can get because the spells that Snaking offers after dying are
Yeah, another Helm of the
less
Undying
critical.
for 9 class, so 2 supports have it.
This is a game where recrafting could become a real thing, though.
All full smoke from Falcons. They have 5 out of 5 tier 5s. They're not going to find any opening, though, unless they want to go straight for the base, which is obviously quite the risk.
Up. The
Maybe
fire.
an opening onto the Clockwork. Snaking, going to be blocked off by the shards, though. BKB already popped from no one, applying all the pressure he can to Malrine, but he's going to be able to get out just fine. Satanic already used the false promise on him. He's going to put down the healing ward. Feels like a win for Falcons in terms of that small engagement. 9 class though, homing missile, swashbuckle to follow. That's a lot of damage from Amar. Using that ult as well, right on top of him. He's dead. Oh, Helm of the Undying is there, but Malrine gets off the Episode and the Burrow Strike onto the Phoenix. Can they get the stun lock? Can they get the egg off? Yes, he does with the Sun Ray to follow. Do they have the damage to get through? Do they have the right to coming up? Bang on the slash from Satanic. The egg is killed.
Oh, Lotus. Oh.
And Skeeter now. They have the numbers. They have the numbers on the
Oh no.
Has the buyback though.
Lotus.
Oh my god, I think he
has another
misclicked.
egg at his disposal.
I think he misclicked. He Swift slashed the Lotus first, and then he Omni slashed the same target. I think so, at least. I mean, it's hard to keep track of everything in those fights, but they both definitely got reflected back to back. Satanic stuck in an anime teamfight loop. Nobody died. No one.
Oh, no one. Able to zip out. They have the buyback on Satanic. They do not have one on 9 class, though. Snaking likely to hold on to his, as this is a second lane now for Falcons. Not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. We are 64 minutes in. Amar looking for the Abyssal play, or actually the Basher since it's on cooldown. Still that tier 2 top, very pesky.
They're getting it at 64 minutes. They had map control for like 20 of these.
Yeah.
Just never went for it, but
Better
now
late
it's time
than
to
never.
strike. They really want this buyback out of Satanic.
Oh, 100%. They have the buyback.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, this is the dieback for DM! And no one now getting control. E-Blade applied. He's dead too. Has the buyback in tow. Satanic has to scurry back to base as the Rolling Thunder applying to the calls with a fucking BKB on Oracle, for God's sake. It's 64 minutes in. No one. Gonna force everybody else back. The Falcons, they're actually gonna live on most of these members. Satanic looking for a target. E-Blade now. There's the Hex. The Malrine is gonna be able to get bashed though. Gets the Burrow to the low ground. 9 class. Doesn't have hook shot up. Skeeter blocking the way. Gonna get blocked by the Cogs. 45k net worthly for Falcons. Another E on this Proxys, 9 class onto the high ground. He's stuck up here now. Oh no, he's dead. Helm of the Undying activates no one completely out of it. Oh my god! That's Satanic trying to get away. Only 2 members up. Actually, he's the lone member. Gets off the Omni Slash at the last moment, but the Ghost Blades are too much. He cannot get through them. No nullifier. Now trying to circle back to his fountain. He's the last remaining member of P-Vision. Gets stunned up, but now in the fountain. Falcons have everybody alive.
GG.
As now Satanic buying the BKB for one last hurrah. Goes in for the back. That is a lot of damage, but now the E-Blade keeping him alive. Omni Slash reflected. He's going to be dead. Satanic is down and out. And that means Falcons will be going to the grand final.
Nice.
Wow.
Talo sa Lotus.
Same game. This turned out to be 45 minutes ago. You could have told me this would be 30 minutes long and I would believe you. But P-Vision manages to stall it out forever. They get to their key items. I guess Amar has leveled up, not sitting and fainting at his desk after another late game scenario.
Hirap talaga mag-execute ng ano,
games were not long
late
enough
game
for him
job.
to run out of steam and hit that fatigue
Daming
stage.
pwedeng counter.
What a worthy game of
Nagna-XLR
Sangre
siya.
to the grand finals from, though. That is crazy. And
Pwede
whoever
naman
gets
sakyan
to
yung
meet either of these teams tomorrow is in for a hell of a chance.
Okay, tulog na. Alas-dos na rin. GG.
Sabi lang
Next time
kayo
ulit.
mag-trip nyo. Sabi ko yung trip nyo manood bukas.
Oo, manood ako bukas.